So sorry.
All right, here we go. We got it going. Everything's recording. They can hear my scratchy voice. There'll be no Delilah or Aaron today for obvious reasons. One, they're about to be in the conflict to decide who's the new Sorcerer Supreme, and as such, we're just gonna kind of leave them out for it. Also, they're
Why?
weren't able to
Why?
make it,
Why?
so
But why are you making them fight in a contest when we all know who the next Sorcerer Supreme is? It's Andrea. I mean,
oh yeah. Thank you. I mean, she does have all those magic spells she knows.
yeah, the ones she learned from Delilah.
I don't think she knows any.
Well,
um,
for brief moment.
but she knows of them. Uh, anyways, I don't know what's going to be the situation with Autopsy or Daybreak. Hopefully, they'll jump in whenever. We'll deal with that that bridge as it gets crossed. No Paul, who has played in Structured Justice before, and I think he plans to bring in Dialectic again, which Daniel, you would know Dialectic, or you would remember Dialectic's character, since he was with, since you were somewhat involved with all that outer space stuff. But that was all his scenario. So
I was gonna say I don't really know.
yeah,
I mean,
but
I know from
you
that team, but
yeah, you know of sort of what was going
yeah,
on. So, but
yeah.
you've never seen him play the character, I don't think. Um,
No.
but other than that, we're looking at following up the last session where it was like an orca tsunami. We're gonna roll. Last session we finished up the day before, I believe, the um, March like 5th or whatever it says on the Obsidian portal. Fight for the new Sorcerer Supreme position. Um, as we all know, last session it was revealed to everybody that Doctor Strange had died, and the position became open. But aside from that, the beginning of last session and most of last session was the heroes facing off against an orca tsunami, and they foiled it, keeping property damage to the minimum and loss of life to very low. Great successes all around. Much applause. Considering that there was like a 75-foot tall tidal wave about to strike the city, that would have certainly killed everyone. So it felt very comical at the time, but in hindsight, that could have been horrible. Once you guys started asking me about the death tolls.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think we got Pangaea here, Alex, and we got Gadgeteer, correct? And
Stupid.
you guys are. We're just gonna roll this back to the beginning of March. You guys got a couple days. We'll see what happens. We will. You both know each other's contact information, so if you want to call each other in, you can. On anything, if we want to do this as like a 2-for-1 team up, we can. But we will start off with your personal business. I need a pencil and some paper.
Sure.
Okay. Pangaea.
Yes.
Last time we saw you, you had been working with getting future, your business prepared for the future
Yeah.
of your very early retirement.
Yes.
You wanted to be an owner in absentia, and as such, you were making the moves to get that organized. You had hired a new CEO whose name was Kira. Last name unknown. We'll figure that out later. And you had also, however, been called back to save your geothermal energy plant from
Oh, yes.
the machinations of a disgruntled former employee who was calling himself Earthwalker.
That's right.
His real name, I don't think we know. But he is arrested as you defeated him handily and you put him behind bars. So, with that going on, you spend the last couple months on superhero duties and getting everything transferred over, and the work is basically done. You're sort of a major stockholder and member of the board now who doesn't have a lot to do with the day-to-day work, just like you wanted.
All right.
So as a rich, I don't know, homebody, what are you doing?
I guess we have our own. Do we have like a group base by chance? I can't remember.
We do.
I guess I'm gonna go out and search to find myself kind of like a secret hideout base or something like that.
You're gonna
Like
go.
a
You're gonna get yourself a secret hideout base.
yes, I'm gonna go search the countryside and start looking for a place.
All right. You begin your you begin your search and you realize quickly that there is no conveniently empty placed secret hideouts that could be used for your needs. But you're quite wealthy. What's your resources?
Resources. Remarkable.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I have written down.
So your resources are remarkable. Your business probably has incredible resources. But since you're no longer the person running the business, you can't really siphon business resources into this anymore. I will send you the. Here's the book files.
Jacob, do you by chance have the I years ago now I did a ranking list,
Yeah.
like where it's got like an example, like the abilities, and it gives an example of somebody who, so like what is it like excellent fighting is like a trained police officer, and that would be like around Cyclops' level.
Yeah.
Do you have those by chance? Because mine are all messed up. I mean, we can talk about that after.
I have the originals from the judge's book for sure.
Yeah. I did one that was a little. I don't know if it actually included the fantastic and uncanny. So outdated anyway. But
Yeah, I remember you doing them after you said something.
yeah, somehow the tables got all like smushed together and weird.
Uh, I would try to open it in an older word compatibility setting.
Mm,
Is it a Word document?
yeah.
I wouldn't save it.
Mm. Maybe I'll try to do that later.
I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry.
No,
I
no, it's all good, man.
don't. Yeah, I don't think I have it. I have. Well, I don't have a lot of the stuff you did, to be honest.
Okay.
All right. So, Alex, I just sent you the player's book 4.2. At
Yeah.
the towards the end of that, there's some stuff about a secret bases. It's on page like you just click on it and the. Oh wait, I have it open. If you go down to the table of contents and you click on setting up house, say page 72, it'll take you there.
By the way, I really like that feature in the player's book, Jacob.
The click on the table of contents and let it take you there.
Yep.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
All right,
needs to go.
you take a look. You can afford anything that is 2 ranks lower, so good rank automatically without cost.
Okay.
Anything that is a
Okay.
remarkable rank, you have to roll a yellow for. Anything that is a good or excellent rank, you have to roll a green for. And once you've made the roll, we can say you've done this, so you can do probably 2 or 3 rolls. If you make the roll, then you're kind of spent the money. So basically, you've got like 2 or 3 rolls available to you to see if you have the money to do stuff that is higher than good. Gadgeteer. What about you? What are you up to?
Didn't you say last time that what's his name? Dr. Maynard Derby he's currently reviewing like a published work that Gadgeteer had done.
Yes. I think so, right? He was your coworker at Antibiotics.
So he's also a former coworker.
Current coworker.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Sorry, I also have Liam in there.
Liam Mays. He's the former
Yeah,
one.
yeah. And you made it kind of sound like he might be disgruntled, or was that my imagination?
No, he is. He feels like he's underutilized and railing
Okay.
against the world.
Ooh. Oh no.
Yeah. Um,
So I'm studying, and because science never sleeps. But yeah, I wanna read up on like some of the latest discoveries in physics, chemistry, and genetics.
okay. Dr. Maynard.
But sending him an email.
We'll roll back the clock for you a little bit. In January, he sent you back your documentation, and he has finished reviewing it. He has some markups, but they're very minor. He says, comment at the bottom, brilliant work as always.
Oh, excellent. Alright, so yeah, kind of studying and working on that then.
Okay. What was that on? Do you remember?
What? I'm sorry.
Do you remember what that paper was on?
Oh, yeah. You said it was like an advancement or a new robotic mechanism, propulsion, something.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You said robotics, locomotive mechanism.
Nice. All right, and you're the department head at Antibiotics. So while you were finishing up that paper and submitting it to some journals, they are like, "Oh, we'll take a look at it and get it out there." Um, Another of your not coworkers, I mean coworkers, but you're, as we had said, you're kind of the lead of the development office and engineering, like the R&D office for antibiotics. So she
Yeah.
also kind of she works under you. It's Dr. Mina Begum, Begam, uh, Indian woman. Uh, who comes to you and she presents to you some work she's working on. She has some ideas for like a jet propulsion system for drones that will allow it to hover. This is something that's been done many times on heavier devices, and but she's having some difficulties getting it to work on an ultra lightweight drone.
Yeah, that can be difficult.
And you look over at the secret superhero drones that you have stocked in one of the piles, and you're like, shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Yeah, let's and put those in the under a little filing cabinet here. Nobody will notice them.
All right, so do you want? I mean, actually,
I'll give her some like well I'll look over her work and then give her some ideas that could help her, but yeah, I have reservations about letting everyone have access to superhero drone technology. So if she figures it out on her own, good job for her. But
all right, roll personality as you try to provide somewhat helpful advice, but not meaningfully helpful advice.
where am I? Here we go. I have too many tabs and things. Wanted to download the new player's book there. Personality.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we're at 4.2 now, it's because I went in and redid the some of the tables and the equipment section, and I changed how the vehicles work. Vehicles work basically how we've always played them now. They're essentially people. They have very little health though compared to superheroes. Because if you've ever read a superhero comic, vehicles blow up all the time.
True. That's true. I have it listed down because of his. He has a slight weakness because of his one of his powers. He's at a -1 for like popularity slash charisma. So
Yes.
would I
Yeah,
just say
I would say give that as a -1, but I also wanted to give you. You're trying to hold back on your knowledge, but I feel like you've sort of suggested Mr. Ballman is not the guy who's great at control, like at not saying exactly what he wants to say. So I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna negate that with a +1 from all of your scientific talents.
okay. Well, I was gonna say that. I mean, his probably actually the -1 could still apply because and it's a green feed either way. But he's probably so far beyond her that what he thinks is holding back is still could still be like a piece of it.
Yeah, most of the people who work with you are excellent reason, and have probably 1 to 2 talents relevant. So they're operating at a fantastic level where you're probably operate. What's your reason?
I'm I think I'm at like like spectacular plus.
Is it naturally incredible?
Yeah, naturally incredible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So most of them are operating at the same level that you do without talents. So when it gets
Okay.
into
Yeah.
if it gets into anything that you don't actually have any relevant skills for, then you'll be about their level.
Okay. All right.
And these are some of the brightest minds could be assembled in all of Europe.
Whoop whoop. Yeah. So I'll give her. I'll get a 68 green.
All right, you give her you rant a little long, but she kind of like listens, and after about 35 minutes, she's kind of feels like she's kind of like trying to get away from you as she seems to have gotten something, but you kind of realize that a little late and let her go. So as you were like,
No, that's perfect, man.
as you were like wandering off subject onto like drone orbital dynamics, like, and she's like, I'm not trying to send it into space.
But the application.
All
All
right.
right.
So, but Mr. Ballman, as she's like makes that comment, and you're like, but the applications, and you're about to go in, your phone rings. Your personal phone.
Well, this is highly unprofessional. Sorry, what was her name?
Dr. Mina Begum.
Beckham?
Begum. Begam. I'm sure that's probably not how it's supposed to be pronounced, but
That's fine.
this is what happens when you work with people from all over the world.
Mm.
Jacob can't pronounce their names.
Fair. Excuse me, Dr. Beckham. I have to take this. And he just like beelines it, I guess, to a closet.
Okay.
I'm not sure where the R&D department is.
You pick it up. You're in your own personal office, and she's just standing there as you walk over into one of your closets. Like you've got, and you shut the door in front of her.
He just walks in the closet, begins to close the door, and she hasn't left, and he just like stops and waits until she leaves, and then closes the door.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so your phone call, it rings, ding, 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 ding. You pick it up, and it is a member of your family. Who is your family, Dr. Ballman? We don't have any listed.
No, I believe he has both of his parents, though.
Okay.
Yeah, back in Switzerland. I think I wrote it down somewhere. Nope.
Siblings?
No, just parents.
Okay. Any eccentric uncles or aunts that we need will be filled in by me. So.
That's fine.
Okay. Then.
Yeah, I didn't write it down, but yeah, he has both.
Are they together?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Okay. Happily?
In his mind, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How old is?
I would say amicable.
Okay. And how old is Dr. Ballman?
When we started, he was 25.
Okay, so he's probably like 26 now.
Okay.
Because it's 2022, he might not even be 20. It's only been like 8 months since we started. When's his birthday?
I think it was October.
So he's not 26 yet. 10. You want to give me a day?
Let's do 17. That sounds right.
Okay, so he's 26 and 25 in 2022.
Is that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it is your father calling you.
Mm.
As you are standing in the closet, it's got one of those the ones with like the little pieces of wood that like have like slits that are like an accordion sort of closet door. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so like the light is coming through and just in pieces as you're like sitting there on the phone. And so you were born in 1996.
Okay. Yeah,
Uh,
that's what I.
and
That's true.
and then you as you were like on the phone with you're on the phone like you're like looking out there. You watch her walk. She's like walking down the hallway. Your father says, Alexander. Yeah, do they call you Alexander? I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Alexander, this is your dad. What's going on? You've kind of been really quiet here for the last little bit. You still there?
He'll press on his essentially where you would check your pulse
Yeah.
for like a subdermal speaker, uh, and he'll talk to the phone. So like no one. He's in the closet for reasons, but no one can actually hear what he's really saying besides the people on the phone.
Okay.
Father, I have been well, thank you.
That's good to hear, Alexander. I'm just calling. We're planning, or I'm planning to have your mother's birthday coming up in a few weeks. And we've moved forward a little bit in time, so you're late February, we'll say. And was wondering if you were able to attend. Your her sister will be there, um, uh, and your grandmother will be there as well.
He's scrolling through like a calendar. Hmm. I would have to move this and this and this, and we should be setting up a conference for the. Hmm. Yes, I will. I will be able to attend.
Okay. Well, yeah, her birthday's on the 24th this year, so we're going to do it on the 26th. Um, all you need to do is bring yourself. We don't really need anything. Just think it'll be just the family. Your mother's might have a couple of her coworkers drop in. I don't know about that, or anything. You know how it is at the hospital.
Yes.
Well, anyways, was just finishing your recent paper on your that was put out in October. It was a good read. Found it very interesting. And he's your father's an engineer for a Swiss company, and does work at the particle physics laboratory at CERN, and, and your mother is a research doctor at a medical hospital.
Hmm.
And
Thank you, Father.
yeah, he asks you a couple questions, and goes on with his business. So and takes his leave. So He's delivered his news.
Goodbye.
Click.
Actually, Jake, for the when you mentioned that we were having a white elephant party last session,
Oh yeah.
I started thinking that
Jordan wanted to do that.
yeah, as a gift, he would actually build like it's basically just like a schedule keeper / like alarm clock, and then it can kind of keep track of your email stuff. But it'd be like an emotional support like robot pet. And so I kind of want to do something similar for his mom, which I'm guessing if he gives gifts, they probably have too many like similar drone type toys.
Yeah.
Already, and so I thought just like, you don't need to bring anything, just yourself. And he's already like, no, she must have another drone.
Another drone.
Another pet.
I like.
You said we backed up and we're in basically February.
Yeah, for you. So she'll
Yeah.
be that'll be, you know. We'll just say you both are around the same time right now, since Alex is building his building.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Pangaea. So your the rest of your day goes on as normal. Gadgeteer, no other big excitements.
Okay.
Pangaea, how's your
Yeah.
construction coming?
Okay, so I was gonna come back and ask again um, about, you said up to good. I would basically have it, but beyond that, I'd have to roll.
Yep.
Right? Okay. 'Cause I was thinking like a small warehouse out in the middle of nowhere, but a small warehouse is a remarkable. So
So
unless I
you could
rented
make
it.
that roll right now.
Okay. You can
Also,
do
I believe there's a thing about used buildings. I believe, isn't there?
hadn't seen it, but I may have missed it.
Oh yeah, no. If you buy it out in the middle of nowhere, you can buy it minus
Oh,
one
it's like a
CS.
yeah.
So you could buy an old warehouse that's no longer used out in a non-Dublin, non-Cork area of Ireland.
Yeah, I was wanting something like out in the country, not like kind of off grid, off radar type thing.
Okay.
More like, I guess, a safe house.
Do you want it nearer to where your businesses are? Because they are not actually in the major metropolitan area of Ireland.
Yeah, because it's one of mine is near Galway, right? There.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's make it. Make a note of this. You'll have your secret base. You can have your secret base in Logria.
Okay, I see that.
Okay, it is. Here is the spelling,
I see it. I got it pulled up.
and you can get minus one CS to it.
What's it?
You. I also have you based as in Limerick. So you looks like you have one in Limerick and one in Galway. So and so I mean
It's kind of
Logria is
between them.
yeah. Job of
Yay.
Okay, so you're buying. What are you buying? I have screen shared the book page.
Get back to. Oh, there we go. So I was looking for a small warehouse.
So small warehouse would be excellent. You could get a medium warehouse for a normal cost for you.
Okay,
And this is a
let's do
feat.
medium then.
This is a feat roll. So
Okay.
you can spend karma to get this successful if you would like.
Oh, let me see what I have on Pangaea.
Or you could just fail and you still have plenty of time to make another roll.
That's true. I don't have a lot of karma, but okay. Let's do a roll. Let me back out of this.
Unremarkable.
And this is remarkable.
That is a green by 7.
66. Yeah.
10 karma would get you a yellow.
How many would I have to spend? 70. So I'd need to spend
10.
10?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. That's not much.
Okay. So you have yourself a medium warehouse in the middle of nowhere.
All right.
The population of this city is 5,000. Ireland has a much higher population in our world than it does in the real world, but most of it's concentrated in Dublin and Cork.
Gotcha.
Like, Dublin is like a top 10 European city in population now.
Gotcha.
And Cork is top 25.
Yeah. Wow. With that, let's see. Okay.
Alright, so you buy this warehouse and you're going to start moving stuff over.
Yeah. Just kind of in my off time, not making a big deal out of it and everything. Just kind of like maybe truckloads of stuff, but at nighttime, trying to keep it low key.
Yeah. Sounds good. So you start moving stuff in, getting your housing packages, buying stuff, having it delivered to secret locations, then moving it more or less yourself. You contact Gadgeteer and have him deliver you some stuff.
That'll work.
Are you going to pick out your room packages too?
Oh yeah. That's what I was pulling it back up for. I set it there.
It's a lot of fun.
It is. I really like designing the HQs. A large area gives you 10 areas.
10 areas. Okay.
So it tells you how big it is. Or if it says one room, that's one area.
That warehouse was deluxe sized.
A large warehouse? Oh,
Yeah.
no, you're a medium
no, we
warehouse.
went medium. Yeah, medium is large. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's 10 areas. Oh man. 10 areas.
Yeah, and obviously you can combine some if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you want to combine a dining room and a kitchen package and put them in one room, you can. And if you want to jam your living room with like an entertainment package, that's doable. Obviously, some of them, like a laboratory, has to have its own area.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right.
Make sure you install the showers right in the dining room.
While you were going through some Sears catalogs and shopping on Amazon, you get a call from your private secretary that you keep as a kind of a office worker now, from your business in case they need you for anything. And it is Mona Lowe, former head of PR, now personal secretary.
Yeah. Hello. Mona.
She says, Mr. Adams, this is a call to let you know that I have got these tickets for you. It's a social gathering, sort of a charitable event held in Cork for a nonprofit that is going to raise money to fight childhood cancer. And this is going to be a big social event. And as the face of the company, they're gonna need you to be there. Can you make it?
I suppose so, but aren't we trying to kind of back my face off from the face of the company?
Yeah, that's probably never going to happen. Your face is pretty distinctive, Mr. Adams.
Touche. What do you say?
But I understood your intention to be away from the everyday work of it, as a sort of partial retirement. This, I think, fits in it.
Yes, but I should be able to. We can make this work.
Well, I have your calendar here, and it's wide open at the end of the month.
I think I might be able to squeeze it in. Well, let's do it.
All right. We've got 3 tickets here. Is there anybody you'd like to invite? Do you have any friends, Mr. Adams?
Mona, what are you doing?
She says, if you would like me to come, I can. It'll be charged to overtime. She laughs at that one. I can't laugh at it because my voice will go out.
Yeah. And then, I wonder if any of these guys, do any of these, do I know if any of our guys have secret identities, like, is that known to me within our group?
I don't think anybody in your group has shared your secret identities with each other. The only one that you know that has
I wouldn't be able to.
the only one that you know who has a public identity and that you know the secret identity of is Autopsy, and he is currently sitting in a bunker hiding from the bullies. Only leaving to go out and stop crimes.
I guess I don't have a secret identity either, so.
Nope.
I was gonna say I could invite shoot, I can't remember his character name right now.
Gadgeteer?
Daniel's here with me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Gadgeteer, this is a big event. So you have been asked by the company if you would like to attend it as the leading scientist, one of the leading scientists in Europe. What did you say?
What is the event?
It's a fundraiser for cancer research for children. And they want you to go as Alexander Ballman.
There's research and then scientists, but there will be people.
It's mostly fundraising.
Oh, gross. No.
Okay.
Like he'll donate money, but ew, gross.
Yeah.
He has to go hobnob?
Yeah, it's a social event. Yeah.
Oh, gross. He's gonna walk. Did somebody come in and personally invite him? Because he's gonna walk back into the closet.
One of the boards of the directors came in and asked him, and he was like, "Ew, gross."
Oh, good.
The board of directors don't really react to that. Like the guy, he's like, "Yeah, okay, we had thought this might be the case," and he walks out.
And I'll go anyway, but hang out in the back if I can.
Okay, well, you get a call up by Pangaea on your superphone.
All right. Am I still at work?
I think Gadgeteer spends 50% of his day at work, 50% of his day working on his superhuman work. It's that's what it seems to be, and right now it's the work part of the day. Says my 46.
Yeah, it's either like 25 or 50% of the time is. I would say he's 25% at work, and then 50% of the time, working on like.
And the other 25% sleeping. Is that how his whole day goes?
No. I mean, out of his waking hours.
Oh, okay.
Like, I would say 25 is probably he probably doesn't need to dedicate much more than like 25, 50. But yeah, he'll spend time.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
all right. Let you know what? We'll make a roll then. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's work hours.
Yeah, sweet. So back to the closet.
Okay.
He'll use the subdermal mic again.
Yep.
And he'll This is Gadgeteer. Go ahead.
Hello, Gadgeteer. This is Aurelian Adams. I was wondering.
As you say that, like you're carrying in one of your hands like a 400-pound piano to put in the vase.
Yes. I was wondering, are you going to be attending this? What's it called? Do you have any kind of name? This charity event for the cancer kids.
30th annual. I don't know. I'll give you a thing in a minute.
Are you attending the thing with the kids and the cancer? The charity?
Are you attending a charity event for cancer kids as Pangaea?
He has no secret identity.
I'm going as my work self. I'm just
So
looking to see if any other high profile types might be there.
It is the 10th annual Cork Hope Gala.
Okay.
Seth's PR team is failing on.
I looked through cancer charity events, and there are a lot of galas, and this is like a pretty bog standard name.
Oh, I know, you nailed it, man.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good.
Are you asking me to attend as Gadgeteer? Do children like Gadgeteer?
What's your popularity?
I think 15 is Gadgeteer.
You got
That's higher than me.
you got +5 for saving Dublin, by the way,
Okay.
as Gadgeteer.
Okay, then 20.
Yep.
They like you way better than me, man.
I guess that makes sense, especially for cancer children.
Okay.
Maybe they are interested in. I'll be there. And he hangs up. Sorry. A light bulb just came on that he could reach. How many children with science?
All right.
All right.
So apparently he is going, but he's going as a Gadgeteer.
So Pangaea calls you back and asks where he can mail the ticket to you for. And as those logistics are worked out, I assume to the base on Isle of Man. You guys continue.
Unless he has a place he wants to drop him off, but yeah, I mean the base is probably the easiest.
Yeah, so you've got your event on the 25th of February, 26th of February, whatever it is. I think I was looking at the wrong year calendar, but we're just going to stick with 2023 now that I've been looking at it. And it'll be February, it'll be a week from now. February 18th will be the gala. Okay? So, a few days pass. How's your base coming along, Pangaea?
I'm getting it put together. I got most of the packages I want. I got, I think, 2 spaces left.
Okay.
I'll send the little layout whenever I get it.
I would like to just do this. You guys both get 20 karma for making a commitment to this event. And Pangaea, you get 20 karma for making an act of charity. And then Alexander Bauman, you said you donated money. How much? Do you want to make a resource fee?
Do I need to?
Yeah, or you don't have to. You could do whatever's automatic for you.
It's -2, right?
Yeah.
So good. What is good?
Okay.
How much money is good?
You got 10, probably like $10,000.
I feel like if it's called a gala, you're supposed to donate more.
I think $10,000 definitely gets you into a gala.
Are you he's saying he has like 10 grand, like in the bank, or like 10 grand, like available, like spending.
He has 10 grand as like pocket money.
Okay.
That's where you're at too. You have 10 grand pocket money. The
Yeah.
the ticket cost like $2,000.
Okay. Then I guess then, since a ticket was bought for him, he will match. He'll do. Yeah, let's do 10. That sounds just rounded up. I was gonna say the cost of 2 tickets, but yeah, round it up to 10.
Okay.
So yeah, Bauman will donate, and then
You get 10 karma for the donation.
Woo!
There's charity's donation karma.
Yeah.
All right, and
I've never used Artist either.
you have Artist?
No. I've never really been able to use it.
All right. So yeah, you guys have done a few other things, but I wanted to make sure I gave you the charity karma right now. Perfect. Okay. And then, Mr. Ballman, during the week that follows, I'm just rolling random events to see what happens with you guys.
You want me to roll it? Or you are?
I have been.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Ballman, as you were leaving work one day in the afternoon, you leave work early since you only spend 25% of a day there, and nobody complains since you're hyper productive in that period of time. There is a roll a D100.
All right.
You hear roll intuition now.
Right.
You hear the
Okay, then.
you hear an almost silent, like crunching of leaves behind you. It's February in Ireland. There's not really much snow on the ground, and or none really. And you look back as you're approaching your apartment, and you expecting something, suddenly whipping your head around, and you look back, and there is a tiger striped cat prowling behind you.
Yeah, like a tabby.
Yeah. So it looks to be a little like scratched up, and with its tail's bent at an awkward angle, and then it meows at you and walks up and rubs its body between your legs.
I'll look down. Yes, Felis Catus. What can I do for you?
It meows again and then just walks around again, doing like figure eights between your legs.
That's a interesting use of your agility. He'll reach down and pat, like pat. Not too hard, but
Yeah, the cat does the thing, where it like arches its back up into your hand as you do it.
good Felis Catus. And then keep walking.
Alright. Okay, you go into your apartment building, and as you look back, as you're going in, the door shutting behind you, you see a cat slip in between the doors and it's following you.
I believe that is a bad Felis Catus. I'll hold the door open, like back out.
Yeah, it's there at the bottom of the steps. Meows again.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my apartment.
Okay. The cat meows and
I so with the door closed?
as you walk out, and it tries to follow through the door, but it doesn't make it.
And I'm going to, I guess, find a park bench that I can watch the door.
Okay.
I could climb the fire escape, but yeah, sitting on the park bench watching makes more sense.
Okay, you sit there for about an hour, and somebody else walks in, and the cat walks out, looks around, and then it meows at the person and follows it in, and the person looks down at it as it's holding the door open, and looks at it having walked outside, and it lets it back inside the building.
Alright, I'm going to make a note of their interaction on my wrist display.
Yeah.
And then maybe actually record it too.
Right.
So the cat actually followed the person in?
Yeah.
Like all the way into the building?
Yeah. Well, it was inside the building. It got in the building when you opened the door and walked in, and then you walked out, and you shut it in the building.
Yeah, I thought it was like in a foyer, So
yeah,
like
it was.
There's an entry door. Yeah.
It was, and then when the new person came in, it walked outside, looked around, didn't seem to notice anything, and then turned to walk back in, but the person had almost shut the door and meowed at him, and they let it back into the door.
Okay. So it's still trapped in the foyer?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it! Okay.
You see the person like saying hello, hello. Whose cat is this?
Okay. I'm gonna
he looks around and he looks around and then walks upstairs.
I'm gonna look up more information about cats, and then I'm gonna have to go to, I think, a convenience store or bodega to get cat food.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna come back, and I want to jury rig some sort of contraption that'll send the cat away from just the front door.
Right. You
cat
have
food and maybe like a stick.
you jury rig a contraption to make a noise that'll scare the cat. And as you push the door open, you see the cat is eating some like tuna from a can, and there's like a plastic bowl of water sitting down there, and there's a little sign tinted up that says, "Whose cat is this? I fed it."
I'm gonna go back to the bodega and get ask if I can have a piece of cardboard and get a marker, and and I'm gonna write a return sign saying, "Yes, whose cat is this? I also fed it," and leave the cat food there. Oh, and make sure to get water.
Yeah. Okay.
A bottle of water for the cat.
Okay, you do it. No problem. This goes
Okay.
okay, and it doesn't. It looks up at you and meows again as you walk past, and then kind of rubs against your leg as you drop the food off, and then it goes back over and finishes its tuna as you walk up the stairs.
And then I was actually gonna walk back outside and climb from the outside.
Okay.
Because I don't want the cat to. Well, if I can get in with the cat sneaking in, that's fine. But yeah, whose cat is it?
It's in the foyer still. It hasn't left. They fed it.
Well, that's fine.
They fed it there. Yeah, you just walk past it and it doesn't look at you.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
It's distracted by the food. It doesn't move.
I was getting actually concerned that this cat was going to become my new nemesis because I can't walk inside when the cat is there.
Okay, so that was long and drawn out. No, it was funny. I didn't expect it to go that way. It was funny when I rolled up Animal Follows Hero, so I was like, oh, perfect. All right. Meanwhile, in Galway, or not in Galway, well, Galway County, in Logria, you are moving your what's the last package you picked?
All right. So here, let me send a screenshot of what I would like to do. I know some of the cost stuff.
I'm gonna go get another cup of tea. While you do that.
Okay. Shoot, I forgot to put that one.
I can't remember. Are the room packages? Oh yeah. It's where you actually like pick the things you want inside the base.
Yeah.
Mm.
Dang it.
Nice. Everybody loves danger rooms.
Right?
True.
All right. You have to get a loan to get the danger room.
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
Sure. Might as well.
Okay.
I have a source of income. Pretty good one.
All right.
I should be able to make payments on that.
All right. We'll have to do the danger room. You won't be able to do them all at the same time
Yeah, I figured that.
because the remarkables and the danger room have to be rolled. So does the library, actually.
Okay. I'll start with the danger room because I feel like that should be. It's a warehouse. It's not like my home. I guess it is kind of my home now, isn't it?
It can be.
I don't know. Where was I living before?
I think you had a. I think you had a
Probably
house.
had like
The house the
Okay.
business probably bought in Galway
probably.
or Limerick. I mean.
I'm gonna roll with that. Yes, that's definitely what it was.
Yeah. Let's see. Large house, 12 rooms. Galway.
I would accept something smaller, but okay. I was gonna say, especially since I'm kind of like not the man anymore. But home, large home go.
Right. So you're gonna get a bank loan. You got to make the roll now.
Okay, what is this gotta be?
Red.
Right. Oh, so I gotta get a 95. Ooh.
Wow.
Holy shit.
All right. Yeah, the loan goes through. I was expecting you to have to redraw your plans, but the loan goes
Same.
through for that private danger room you wanted.
Well, there goes my good roll for the day.
Yep. So that is done. What do you want to do next? The library?
Alright.
You're going to be paying on that loan for a while, by the way.
Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. Let's see. I gotta do 4 others. Yeah, let's just go with the
Make your roll. Oh, there it is.
It didn't.
Did not work, but
Hit a space in there on accident.
okay. The library's good. Okay, you can do one more, and then the next ones will have to be later. The last 3 all take yellows.
Let's go with. Let's go with medical.
Okay. Wow, nice. All right, that's done too. So, for layout purposes, is there like all of these rooms dividing the large warehouse into pieces, and then a hallway down the middle of everything?
Yeah, kind of, sort of like that. Like not like a very big hallway, but just like enough to walk.
Okay. You have plenty of room. I mean, these are big areas, big rooms, so everything's well spaced out. I mean, and it's all really big. It's a warehouse, right? So this is huge amounts of space. So you can lay it out basically however you want, assuming that it's got those 10 areas. And it can be remodeled however you want too. So it still looks like an old warehouse on the outside, more or less. But you could have like fixed up the brickwork and redone all the windows and all that kind of stuff. So, all right. So while you are putting in the last of the X-ray machines, I believe that's what comes with the basic medical package, right? These are all the basic ones.
I think so. Yeah. I didn't upgrade any of them. Let me get back to it.
Oh no. It does not have an X-ray machine.
Yeah, no, that comes with the Incredible.
Yeah. So you have an emergency room care. You got some like surgery stuff set up, basic stuff. This would be a decent medical room in a third world country. This would be a good medical room in a third world. This would be a good veterinarian's operating room or emergency care.
We're getting there.
Yeah. All right. So, as you were wheeling in the last of the vials of poison antidotes and everything, you look up and notice that there is a strong storm rolling in with powerful winds. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm at my base area, right?
Yep.
I don't know. It just seems like a storm coming into me.
Yeah.
I guess let's head towards one of my facilities, and we'll just do some like random inspections on our weather capabilities there.
Weatherproofing at one of your power plants?
Yeah.
All right. How fast are you going to run? Or are you going to fly? Or what? What vehicles do you have?
Yeah, I'll just take a vehicle. I guess I'll go to Galway. That's going to be the closer one.
Okay. You have a you have a vehicle provided to you by the business. Is that it, or what did you want? What kind of truck, car, motorcycle?
I figured like a standard SUV, like especially like European looking, like a not like a doesn't have to be like a Range Rover, but that kind of body style. You know, once the bad guys all drive at James Bond.
Yeah. Okay. So you get in what you know can just be a Range Rover, sure. And
We'll go Land Cruiser. There we go.
yeah, Land Cruiser, and you start driving forward, and the storm continues to pick up. Send you guys the link to the soundtrack here. The thunder is loud, and the rain is heavy, and you're driving kind of slow at this point as the rain beats against the car and coming down in such heavy sheets that you can't see anything. Make a agility roll. Alex?
I'm doing it.
Oh. Wow. You keep speeding along, navigating along the roads by sense of touch. You move quickly and come to the place, passing into and out to the outskirts of Galloway. As you do so, there is a loud bolt of lightning, and you look, and it has struck a nearby housing development, and there is just an instant burst of flames.
Alright, well, I guess I'll head that way. Attempt to save the day.
Okay. You turn around, James Bond spin the car and then drive back down into this area. As you do so, you see people are like running out of their houses panicking. You come up to a stop. Kind of sliding a little bit and swerving into the grass as the roads are slick and wet. But you're here. People are outside and standing in the pouring rain as the houses on the southwest corner of that picture are 3 of them are up in flames at this point in time.
The southwest corner?
Yep.
Nice. Alright,
You are parked in that center grass area. You
Like
see people out there
center.
trying to call a fire department. And,
like this Crestwood little circle area?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I guess. I would like to put up, like, stone walls. Not stone, but like earth walls around, like, kind of quarantining the houses that are on fire so it can't spread, but not like totally boxing them in, so that like when the fire department gets here, they can still get to it,
Okay, you're going to have to make a power feat on this because you need to make tall walls, but the areas between these are very narrow. From what I can tell, it looks like you have maybe 2 feet between each house.
So yeah, they'll have to be pretty small. Okay. Well,
They look over at you and they say, "Ah, it's a rock man. What are you doing here? Did you make the fire?"
let's see. Should fall under Geoforce.
Yeah, what's your Geoforce rank?
Sensational, right? Oh, geez, oh my God.
Sensational?
Sensation.
That is a
Yeah,
green.
sensational 60.
That's a green. It's not good enough. You're like trying to, and you make a wall on one end where there's a larger gap. But the other side, the wall crumbles before it can get up higher than the building. And they're like wondering what's going on. And some people are accusing you of starting these fires.
I took that.
And then
Practically, I'm trying to prevent the spread.
somebody says he's a mutant. Don't listen to him. He definitely caused this.
I don't even have that ability. And I'll just continue to try to prevent the fire. Okay, so I've got a wall up on one end keeping the spread. People suck. I do. My heat aura abilities are definitely not going to help.
You could catch them on fire. You could catch the buildings on fire.
You can try evaporating the rain.
To what? So the fire spreads more?
Yeah. Oh, man. I guess I have heat resistance, right? I could go in and try to see if anybody needs saved. Ask if anybody's still inside any of these buildings.
Do you want to put up that other wall to prevent the spread of the fire, or do you want to give up on it?
Let's go ahead and try to do that first.
Okay. The fires aren't spreading quickly thanks to the rain, but they're quite big because they got hit by a bolt of lightning.
Yeah.
So. Make another roll.
I have to pull it back up.
Or you could demolish the corner of one of those people's houses and not worry about it. They are on fire, so.
God bless America.
Off in the distance, you hear wee, wee, wee. As you look at it, the center house of the three that are on fire has started to crumble in places. And everyone's like, did everybody get out of the building? Are they all out? And they're like, we have to stop him. Hurry. He's raising his hands. He's trying to do something weird. Somebody else is like, no, look, he made a rock wall. He's trying to stop the fire from spreading. And there's arguments. Some people look like they're like grabbing rocks and stuff, but then other people are arguing against them.
After the second failed attempt, I'm just going to ask if anybody's still inside that they know of any of the buildings. Been all my damn good rolls on my house.
They say, no, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. And then the last person says, no, I think my grandmother's still in there, says a young woman.
Which house?
That one, the one that was next to where you couldn't get the wall up.
Okay. Alright. I'm going in. My heater resistance.
Okay. You rush into the building. The place is pretty much in flames. The whole lower part is just up, and the front door is coated in fire. What do you want to do? Charge through it? Alex?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. You rush forward, lowering your shoulder, and boom, battering into the flaming door. It crumbles underneath your weight. How much is your heat and resistance and body armor?
Heat resistant. Heat resistance. Okay. Skin armor is incredible 40, and resistance heat is sensational 60.
Alright, the flames lap against you, but nothing happens. They burn, and they're like, he's some sort of fire monster, look at him. As you're parts of you are on fire, as they just drip over, and plastic melts onto your rocks, but you feel nothing. You rush inside, and the flames lap in places, the curtain goes up on fire, and you hear a light. Actually, no. You hear nothing at the moment. Roll intuition.
God, my intuition is a good. So
you hear nothing. The bottom floor is an inferno. It's hell itself. The upper floors look to be pretty bad as well. Where do you want to go? You are standing in a lobby area, like a foyer. To the right is a staircase that goes immediately up. To the left is a living room, and it's open to what used to be a kitchen area. And then there's a hallway in front of you. It has a slight turn to the right at the end of the hallway. The hallway continues straight and then looks to enter into that kitchen.
Upstairs.
And then,
I feel like Grandma's probably in
and then
bed.
imagine fire everywhere.
Yeah. Oh my God! Running up the stairs. I feel like Grandma's probably upstairs.
All right, you run upstairs on a hunch, and as soon as you get to the top, the stairwell immediately has a left turn and enters a hallway. The hallway goes left and right, and there are a number of doors. The doors seem to be the first thing that caught on fire, as they were cheap wood particles.
Alright, I'm just one after the next down the hallway.
You have
the door.
left room 1, left room 2, right room 1, right room 2. What one do you want to start at?
Start left.
Okay.
Left one.
You rush to the left, you batter down the door, and it seems to be some sort of children's room. Scanning the room quickly, you see nothing.
Alright, well, up to left 2.
Okay, you rush back out, run through the other door. Looking around, this seems to be some sort of master bedroom with a larger bed. The flames erupt up the front of the building, and you see them start to burn inwards from both sides in the back half. A section of the roof collapses down, and it's falling at you. You raise one of your arms up over your head, and it crashes against it for 30 points of damage, and you push it off to the side because that doesn't hurt you.
Alright. Across the hall to right 2.
Okay, you rush across the hall. You batter open another door, right 2. This seems to be some sort of office room. Or what used to be. Now it's just mostly flames. You can just barely make out a desk.
Nobody in there? So,
Nobody in there. And then you hear, and then the flames erupt more with another critical roll, and they increase the flames. And as you do, you hear, like it was almost that bad of a scream from the hallway across from you. The only room you haven't checked on the second floor.
Yep. Get in there.
You rush into that room, and as you do, you see a woman who's like kind of pulled herself awake, and her like shawl and her clothes, she seems to have passed out on the floor and now on fire. There's a horrible smell as hair burns and human flesh also starts to burn.
I guess I'm gonna try to pick her up gingerly and try to get the hell out.
Okay, you grab her, rush, like trying to cover her up and protect her. One of her arms is badly burnt, and you rush forward to the front and leap through backwards the front wall that's mostly on fire. And as you do, the house starts to collapse behind you. And as you leap out the front wall, you hit the ground hard, and it just explodes in flames. Everybody backs away. And as that happens, you can see the fire starts to spread to the next house over. And that house catches on fire.
Son of a bitch.
And at that point in time, you see a fire truck coming up this way, too. And you look down, the woman's arm's still on fire, and you kind of pat it out quickly and put her down there like, oh no! And they're, panicking. They come to her. Ambulances seem to be not far behind that fire truck.
Okay.
What do you want to do? Another house is on fire. Now there's
Yeah.
2 houses that are burnt to the ground, 1 house that might be salvageable, and then a 4th house that has just started to catch on fire.
I guess I'm gonna try one more time for the wall, since the fire department's basically here.
What do you want? Where do you want to put the wall?
I don't know if I should put it between those two or on the other side of it. I'm gonna put it at the edge of the last house that's on fire, like the other side. Like between that house and the next house that's not on fire.
Okay. Let me send another picture.
God bless. I just can't do it. I've got like
All right, that new picture. That new picture has numbers of the houses. 8 is on fire and has a wall between it and 9. 7 and 6 are down. 5 is just caught on fire. You could put up a wall since you failed, but it would have to go through 5 and destroy it.
These people already don't like me.
Some of them are thanking you for saving them, and they're like, and everybody seems to have calmed down about, stringing you up and hanging you as a witch.
But then I go and fucking blow somebody's house up, the other half that's not on fire.
Yep. The fire department's spraying water onto it, but it is raining pretty heavy, so roll reason.
My reason is typical. So what was that? 54. So it's just a green.
You think the fire department's going to get this under control before that house burns, too?
Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna ask. Anybody else? Everybody okay? Need any help? Nobody else is stuck inside anywhere.
No. I think we're all out. Thank you. And some of them are just kind of begrudgingly shuffle off without saying anything to you. The ambulance, however, is pulling the older woman into the ambulance, and they're like, stay with me, ma'am. You can't die yet. And she is taken away.
Son of a biscuit. Okay, well, I guess I'll just start heading back towards my facility.
Okay, you get in the truck and drive back to the facility. They are dealing with some flooding problems. You put up a couple barricades with your earth power. It helps a lot.
Now I can do it.
Yeah, there was nothing in the way. You got the whole area cleared out. So it's not about saving the houses now. So you, there you go. The thunderstorm ends up clearing up. Nothing else of excitement happens.
All right.
All right, a few days pass. Alexander Bauman, is there anything you want to do?
I mean, besides what I was already working on before.
Yeah, you're one of the journals gets back to you, and they would and they're like, yeah, we'd love to have you publish in ours, and then another one sends it in, and actually all 3 of the journals you sent it to ask for you to publish it in theirs.
can I have it on like a rotation?
No.
Who got back to me first?
I don't know. You want to give me a scientific journal name?
Your all right. No. Let's see. Well, I found science robotics.
Oh, I was assuming you would create a fictional one.
Well, I was going to. I found I was looking up a random name generator, and yeah, it wasn't gonna be quick. So,
So is Science Robotics a real journal?
according to the American Association of what is this? I don't know. Quadruple AS. What is this?
American Association of Scientists, isn't it? Science?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So yeah, there it says here science robotics. So is this a real? Well, that's I think specific to them. So
How about our fictional journal be called
well, scientific journal. There is also the ESJ, the European Scientific Journal. So if you want to make it a fake one, the European Advancement Journal, Advancement in Science Journal.
Yeah, how about here we go.
Use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the ESAJ.
International Journal of Robotics Research. How about the European Journal of Roboticists?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. That's like a career in this Marvel universe at this point in time. So they're the first ones to get back to you.
Yeah, I'll go with them then.
They are very respectable. So good research journal. You are subscribed.
Excellent.
All right. Yeah. So. Yeah, you have a couple days. So while you are doing that, one of the members of the board, Jeanette Favre.
Sorry.
Jeanette Favre, member of the board, calls you.
said antibiotics.
Yep.
Ms. Faber?
Huh? What'd you say?
I was going to say Ms. Faber.
She says, hello, Mr. Bauman. I've heard that you've submitted your latest research paper.
That's correct.
We're thinking about... your latest research was on locomotion, correct?
Yes.
We're interested in doing some work updating some miniaturization components. We'd like to work to reduce the mechanical complexity and increase stability of specific joints. We have some ideas for robots we'd like to sell, and currently their range of motion's too limited. Your locomotion system could be good, but we would like to make these very small. Is there any likelihood that you could complete some research in this area and forward it to the teams? We're hoping to have a demo done by the end of the week, but we have run into some difficulties in this area that's held us up longer. The team can send you what they've been working on.
Yes, I would need to see the work that they have already completed. But I can have the R&D team get to work on that for you.
We'd like it if you were able to do this one personally, Mr. Bauman.
Yeah.
This represents a significant potential investment for our company. We could see some of it paid to you in stock value, or if you'd like a bonus, you could do that as well.
Yeah, I mean that's I feel like that's the natural progression of how our usual interactions. Is it I need to keep it secret? Is that why, or you just want my eyes first?
If you feel like the research team can help you, take any resources you need for this. But we were hoping that it would be completed quickly and correctly. So the board is asking for you. Based on the work completed in schematics, I will get back to you. Otherwise, consider it done. Okay. So if what they send you is only about 50% there and they're stuck in a really bad spot, you could, what you get, you look over and you realize that you could continue along the path that they're going and maybe get it done on time. But it'll be a toss-up whether it'll work or not. Or you could go back to the drawing board, redo it your own way. So pretty certain you could get it completed, but unlikely you would be able to complete it in the time frame requested.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I would have to basically scrap it. Is that to get it done by week's end? If you
want to get it done by week's end, you can't scrap it probably. But you're not sure their approach is going to work. You're gonna have to use their work to get it done by week's end. Now, if you scrap it, you have a couple ideas already in your head that you think you could get this to work by, but you're not sure you could get it done in a week's time. It could take
What about
2 or 3 weeks. Now, if you work on it a lot of overtime, you might be able to get it done by week's end.
with the team?
Their their assistance is assumed in both of those scenarios, but their contributions are negligible in terms of intellectually.
Well, what I was thinking was working based off of their schematics and like getting it done. I mean, if it's not based on their schematics, if it's not doable by the end of the week, I'll let the board know. But I'm thinking this is also a good opportunity for the R&D team. So yeah, I kind of want them to look over it and to see. I mean, they're going to be assisting, so they're helping and getting something out of it. But yeah, I guess I'll put in. Gadgeteer will put in like overtime, but yeah, it doesn't seem doable by week's end.
All right, so what are you going to do? What process are you going to take? Or you could do one. Do you want to do it based on
their schematics? Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. We will. What?
And let them know that it's possibly not going to be done.
Okay. They say do whatever you can to get it done by the week's end.
Okay.
We have a important meeting with Hammer Industries.
Okay.
All right. So, yep.
Would Gadgeteer? How well known is Hammer Industries? More CD side.
Decently well known.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody involved in the business would know. They're but I mean, they also are a lot of their work is normal business. Like they've been involved with some bad stuff, but they're also for the most part a normal business. And they've yeah.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, on hearing Hammer, he will put in a suggestion that they should look at other companies.
Yeah, they forward you the funding and purchase agreement secret, and they say this is your eyes only, do not share. Your contract will allow us to sue you and put you into jail forever if you break your agreements here. As they send that to you.
Yeah. Same to you. I know.
No, that's not the same to them, but yeah.
Well, he's like the lead.
Yeah, I know. You're the lead of all the things, but this is business secrets, contract breach. You'll be in jail if you reveal the secrets of the contract for at least 10 years.
Okay.
All right. So the deals of the contract are basically some sort of robotic dog thing, military purpose mine sniffer, and there's some strange insinuations of using the joint, using some of the robotics for Hammer Industry personal development projects, with royalty fees for a limited time period. And the amount of money would essentially double antibiotics size income for the next 2 to 3 years. And you're looking at maybe a 1 rank increase to your personal wealth and a free remarkable purchase for this year.
All right. Justin's paying for my new Lambo. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious if I can skirt on this.
Well, I mean, if you don't complete the thing, you could potentially sabotage the negotiations if you don't complete the work. But I mean, if you there's nothing. There's a lot of secretive behind the scenes deals going on here that would be really beneficial to antibiotics and hammer industries in the industry, but nothing illegal.
I got it. I want to add.
It would be a huge scoop if this information got out, though.
I know what I want to try to do. I want to try to sneak in a kind of like override.
Also, I'm pretty sure Justin is dead, so I believe it's Justine.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, it's Justine Hammer, I believe.
Oh, okay. Just the contract language saying that they're going to use it for personal stuff, like you said, it being kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
If I want maybe like sort of, a fail-safe wouldn't work because I guess if they somehow like go to like they create a power suit and go try to rob a bank, like the joints will start falling apart.
Yeah, there's nothing you could really do that way. It would.
It's not like a computer chip or something.
I mean the thing would be controlled by the computer chip, the main robot chip, right? I mean, you were doing mechanical and like mechanical work, mechanics of the machine, and you're developing some new design and processing plans.
Okay.
I
got it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put in a structural weakness that Gadgeteer knows about.
All right. You can do that. That'll be an additional roll.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like that'll be the best way to do it. That if they use it for some sort of tech that is bad, giving it a structural weakness that he can exploit. All right, so 2 rolls.
All right, so you don't have to worry about reason. You don't have to worry about that. So first, you need to figure out what your reason feat is for this. What talents do you have that are relevant?
Repair, tinker.
Yeah, okay. It is it's somebody else's plans, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Engineering.
Yep, obviously.
I'll be right.
Yeah, I electronics, but I don't think so because it's mechanical, right?
Yep, no electronics.
Okay, and then the whatchamacallit, the aptitude, I can't find it, and then maybe math.
Do you have physics or chemistry?
Not yet. No, those are. I'm planning on getting those coming up here.
Then I don't think so. I think it's just mechanical aptitude, repair, tinkering, and engineering. So +3.
It's the repair and tinker is +2 for him.
Okay. Yeah. +4 then.
Yeah. Okay. Is it 2 rolls or just the 1?
First roll would be with the repair tinkering. That's to fix the plans.
Okay.
What's your rank?
I think that might be. That's a yellow at minimum.
Okay.
It's off. If it's off of reason, right? Or
Yep. +4 from reason, right? Of incredible
yeah,
or fantastic or uncanny. What's it at?
incredible. So spectacular.
Okay, so you needed a green. Since I've set it as an amazing difficulty task.
Okay, so that was a red.
All right. So you were able to put the work in on it, and it is going well. How much of the staff do you pull in on it?
Um, what's her face?
Mina, Dr.
Yeah,
Begum, Dr. Menard.
Bingham. Yeah. And then Derby, Dr. Derby.
Okay, Dr. Derby. Okay, that's 2. Do you want to bring in any of the rest of the team? Or do you want to leave them to their own projects?
How many more are on the team?
You've got a 5-man team, not counting you.
Oh, okay. Then just those 2. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have hyper invention?
Yes.
What is your hyper invention rank?
Incredible.
Oh, okay. Okay, so okay, for a normal inventor, this would be a 50-day project. For you, it is a 100-hour project. With 2 assistants, it goes down to incredible 40-hour project.
Yeah.
So wait, that's doubled. So it's an 80-hour project.
That's Jacob. That's overtime for me.
So you have 80 hours to complete in the next 3 days.
Oh, that really is overtime.
That's 80 hours in the next 72 hours.
Even on a red.
Yep, the red doesn't help
Oh
you.
my god. Okay.
And now I need. So you could bring more people in on the project to reduce the time, if you want.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and pull the. Let's all but one.
All but 1, 2 more people. Okay, so that brings you down to a 60-hour project. Now we're doable. You get 12 hours of rest in the next 3 days. Okay, but you need to put a weakness in there. So roll again. This is going to be a spectacular difficulty task. But you do not get... I will give you math bonus, but you do not get your tinkering bonus. So...
It's essentially the same then.
You have a +2 in math?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is your... So you're +4 then?
Yeah.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's spectacular. Roll it.
Okay. It has to be a yellow, right? To be a success.
It has to be yellow now.
I'll spend karma if I need it then.
Okay. Oh no! I'm going to say with a natural 1, you don't worry about the karma. You don't think you can manage it in a way that will be not noticeable. Maybe if you had more time, you could do it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna make a strong note about this about these specs in my mind.
Okay.
To maybe come up with a weakness later on if need be.
All right.
Because we're not getting that done.
We would have had to make a. There would have been time involved too for that, an additional amount of time. So you would have only had 12 hours to get the extra bad part put in there. So.
Hey, no problem.
All right. So you quickly put the work in. You guys put you and the 4-man team get it mostly completed, and get it completely completed, and everybody is just exhausted. Getting 4 hours of sleep a day for the next 3 days is not conducive to it. But you negotiate a big bonus for them as well. Well, wait. Actually, you know what? I'll ask you this. If you want to negotiate a bonus for them, it'll take it out of yours. Actually, you know what? We'll see how. Do you want to try to negotiate it? Depending on how you roll, there may be options. Because this is a lot of money.
What I was thinking is maybe for the department as a whole.
We'll make a personality roll or a popularity roll of Alexander Ballman. Oh, also add +1 popularity to Alexander Ballman for the journal publication.
Okay. Well, does that raise it how much does that raise it by? Because I think right now I'm at 25 within antibiotics.
So raise it by 1 to 26, and outside of antibiotics by 1 to whatever it
Gotcha.
is. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you literally just made +1.
Yeah, no, right. Just +1.
Okay, sweet. And then I'm -1. Damn it. I think that might be a yellow.
Wow, what were you rolling it on? Oh, popularity and antibiotics?
Yeah, so I think that's in 20,
yeah, 76 gets you a yellow. They'll give a bonus to everybody. It'll be smaller than yours, but they'll give a bonus to everybody that worked in the department.
Yeah, that's a remarkable. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they will. They'll give everybody enough money to buy themselves a Land Rover like Pangaea has.
That's yeah. I was gonna give them, and depending how much stock they give me, I was gonna give a little bit to each member of the team.
You got them a good bonus. It was very fair. So I mean, you carried the team.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
If you had gotten a green, I would say you would feel like it would be fair to split some of your winnings with them, considering how vital they were in making it not a 100-hour project.
See, I thought we had like a week, not the end of the week being like 4
Nope.
days away.
Yeah.
They can minimum give my team a bonus for what we just did.
Everybody gets $25K as a bonus.
All right. Yeah, Land Rovers. Land Rovers for everyone, and I get a mansion. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
All right, I'll go to the bathroom. And then we will be at the 10th annual Cork Hope Gala. Let's see. Pause it.
kills me.
Hey, I'm back. Okay. Let's see. Trying to look up. So, oh yeah, here we go. Send you this. Okay, so you guys are all at this dinner party. Mona has driven you here. Alexander, no, Aurelian. I keep wanting to think your last name's Aurelian. And Gadgeteer, how'd you get here?
Set? Oh,
How'd-
Cork.
Yeah, how'd you get here? This is a like a ballroom in Cork, the city of.
Well, I did the math, and my sky cycle would take about 14 hours to fly to from London to Limerick, which I don't think is as far as Cork, or the other way. I think Cork is closer.
Yes.
Um, but yeah, I don't think my sky cycle is going to get me there. So I think I have to. I think I have to take transportation over and then change when I'm over there into my suit.
It is 355 miles to Cork for you.
Yeah, that would take a really long time unless I can strap on a pair of rocket boosters on my sky cycle.
You would have to develop those, and considering you spent the last 60 hours.
So yeah, I think I'm taking the I think I'm taking the train.
I think you're probably flying. You hop on
Okay.
a plane and fly over there. At Cork, you slip into your outfit and fly the rest of the way and arrive.
Wait, how do I? Okay.
What?
Raph.
What were you wondering?
Just you said I flew over. That's all.
Yeah, you had to take an airplane.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm there.
Yep.
My suit.
Okay, you're standing out front as Pangaea drives up. Boom, you guys are together. Mona goes, "Oh, it's one of your fellows on the superhero team."
Gadgeteer. I'm here for the sick children. He'll do a two-finger kind of salute.
Alex, he's talking to you.
I was actually talking to the lady.
Oh, okay. She says, "Oh, good. I'm glad you have some friends, Mr. Aurelian or Mr. Adams."
Indeed. Are you saying you're not my friend, Mona?
Yeah, well, I'm. Yes, we're friends.
What's this one?
Okay, I'm making a list of who's all here.
Elegant dinner. Yep.
Let's see. Okay, there's a list of in organizations that you guys know well who have shown up as representation. What is the name of your business, Alex?
Oh,
As you guys are standing around outside, the usher comes out and says, "Excuse me, sirs. Could you come in, please? And here's your name tags," and they have you fill them out.
I say it's called Geoforce Dynamics.
And Geoforce Dynamics, of course.
like 4 names on there that I don't like.
Which ones?
Oh, Life Foundation, Hammer, Timely Robotics.
Timely Robotics never done anything wrong to anybody.
Uh-huh. Is there a seat for Gadgeteer, or am I just supposed to stand off to the side?
Yeah, there's a seat for you. It's +1 next to you. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So relations between these businesses. The Life Foundation is a subsidiary of Hammer Industries. They were in the business of symbiotes, but it backfired on them badly, and they went nearly bankrupt and got bought out. Now they're doing some cancer research, actually, and the like, which kind of sort of ties into the newer Venom comics stuff. So, obviously, there's some news organizations here. Stark International is here. It's one of their representatives. Local person. Mercury Industries, another representative of their medical department. The Dublin Clinic is here, who is Celestia's business, represented by Celestia herself, or Emily Banks. Timely Robotics, they have a contract with Stark International to produce the Mandoid armors locally. They also do robotics. There was also that incident where the scientists from there recently duplicated some of King's technology, his future viewer, and showed you all the death of Doctor Strange before it happened.
Wow, that seems like a newsworthy reveal.
Yeah, it's a secret. It wasn't in the news. It was shown to the exiles only, in the hopes that they could stop it. Should have been in the recap, but I forgot about it. Then Geoforce Dynamics, owned by Pangaea, and then like I said, the Dublin Clinic. So there are a number of other businesses here, and what do you guys want to do? There's a few kids from a couple of the cancer centers here who are like recovered. You know what I mean? They're looking. The kids are primarily like really awestruck by you two. Everybody else is like people in suits. But Gadgeteer's here in his helmet and all of his outfit. Right? You have a helmet, don't you?
It's a mask, but yeah.
Yeah, and Pangaea's made of rocks still. It took you a while to pick out all that melted plastic that dripped on you, but you're good now.
I was gonna say, couldn't I just heat myself and melt it the rest of the way off?
That's true. Yeah. Your heat level is also way hotter than the fire was, so.
That's what I thought. It's like vaporized as I inhale the toxic fumes.
Yep. Okay, so, the guy sees that you filled out your... What did you fill out your cards as? Mona Lowe has wrote Mona Lowe, Geoforce Dynamics.
I guess I'll just put Aurelian Adams.
I'll write Gadgeteer in binary.
Okay. You have to get a second card for all the ones and zeros.
Yeah, I'll go. And I'm here for the kids, so I'll go start teaching them science.
Okay. You come over to the little kid in a wheelchair, and he's like, "Wow, are you a superhero?" His voice sounds like mine.
That's right. I am a superhero, small little boy.
Sorry, mister. I don't know which one you are. Can you tell me your name?
Yes, it says it right here on my written out name cards. It is the Gadgeteer.
He looks at that and he says, "Those don't look like letters."
Well, they're characters in a
Yeah,
special language.
they're ones and zeros.
Correct. It's a language for computers.
Oh. Like in the movies where you see them with the screen going by.
Yes. Yes, I believe they've used binary in movies. That's very observant of you, small little child.
Your disappointment obvious and your awkwardness around kids apparent. We will switch over to Pangaea. Pangaea, a member of the of German service instruments comes to you. He says, Mr. Adams, it's a pleasure to see you here. Shakes your hand. He says, I've heard that you are all in using a lot of devices to measure your geothermal output. Let me tell you about our product.
Go ahead.
Okay. And you get caught up in like a 20-minute spiel over how high quality and accurate their devices are. What is your reason?
It is typical. You know, for being so high profile, I'm not very impressive. Intuition's not very good.
Or a lava monster.
Yeah.
Reason, not intuition.
Yeah, it's typical. I was saying, like, all my more intellectual type skills are on the lower spectrum.
Yeah, so as he goes into the details of it, you're just kind of glazed over.
Yeah, just shaking my head with, like, a big dumb smile.
How you find and do all of your geothermal work is by just feeling the call of the earth.
Yeah.
All right. So, the dinner party continues. You see Gadgeteer giving a demonstration to a bunch of kids that he is forced to stand and watch.
I'll stand there, like, jaw dropped, like, looking, like, totally cool. Like, oh my god, this kid is so smart.
He found a balloon.
Yep, you're like, look, if I make this gas helium, it floats. Now,
Oh my god!
it's pure
Now if you
nitrogen.
rub it, it creates electricity.
If we convert it into the nitrogen into a liquid, watch what happens. And it super freezes the balloon and it explodes into daggers of ice. No.
somehow makes the hors d'oeuvres and champagne, starts smoking
Yep.
like a mad scientist, like beaker.
As it gets more mad scientist-y, the kids get more into it, and you get a larger group of people standing around listening.
Pangaea's in front, sitting.
He's doing crisscross. Pangaea's in the front, crisscross applesauce. He's like, make the balloon explode again. Woo, that was so cool.
I need sleight of hand so I can just take my science into magic.
Pangaea, actually, though, you have business, don't you, as a skill?
Oh, actually. Actually, I don't know if I do.
Really?
I do. I don't have it written down here. It might be on the page.
That's hilarious. It's like you've stumbled into wealth on accident because you're not good at it.
Wait, your company is called Geoforce Dynamics, and you're a literal, like, geology monster.
Yeah.
So it wasn't so much that you're good at business, you're just like, I can do it myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, your skills are ricochet, resist, domination, sleight of hand, and marksman.
Okay, yeah, that's what I had written down.
Yeah, and you're just a typical intelligence guy, so with no pertinent real life professional or scientific skills. So you might actually be impressed by this. You're like, why didn't I learn this in school? Alright.
That's amazing.
So, as the event goes on, and you take a break, everybody eats dinner. Gadgeteer is definitely the hit of the show. A man from Open Logistics Industrial approaches you, Gadgeteer, hands you his card. I wrote that like a crazy person.
He looks like a crazy person?
No, my handwriting on that one was crazy.
Okay, I got you. He'll take the card, stick it in his utility belt.
Yeah, he says, Mr. Gadgeteer, I see that you are using really incredible tools. I imagine that you are in need of a lot of industrial components. Let me tell you what we have.
Okay.
And he tries.
How well known are they?
You don't know him.
Okay.
But as you talk to him and you hear who he knows and what he's doing, he seems to be a decent representing. He's the actual owner and CEO. He's a decent mid-level industrial goods supplier. So, you just work with the top of the line, best major corporations in anything. So, you know. It's like, you call up the industry leader and say, give me this special order, and they say, yes, sir.
So I think he'd actually be intrigued by what this guy might be offering.
Yeah, he tells you that they've developed a new patent printing process to quickly create batch industrial chemicals faster than ever before, including specialized, hard-to-get chemicals.
I'm very interested. I will have my people get in touch with you.
He looks excited about that, and there's a hint of desperation in his voice as he says, "That'd be great. We've been having a little bit of trouble. Businesses, a lot of businesses have contracts that they can't break, and even if they're interested in our services." So, Pangaea.
Just kind of stares at him.
Yep. He shuffles away awkwardly. Pangaea, as you are wrapping up for the day, the guy, one of the people from Reuters comes to you. No, from Dublin Times comes to you and says, Mr. Adams, also better known as Pangaea, we've heard that you've had some incidents at one of your plants. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? We reached out to your spokesperson and they had said that they would make no comment about it and that it had been handled.
Well, that's precisely what happened. It's been handled.
Yes, but are you afraid of any other incidents similar to that? Are any of your other scientists likely to go mad and try to destroy parts of Dublin or Ireland?
I don't believe so, seeing as we don't employ a terribly large number of scientists. I don't believe.
Mona's over there like, no, we do. Don't say that.
Okay. I was thinking because I like me doing that, like what I do, like finding it, that we wouldn't have as much need.
Well, you were trying to step away from it, remember? And also,
Yeah, that's true.
you had to meet all of the requirements still. Like the government
That's right. Oh,
meeting
yeah,
requirements, anything. So, as soon as you say that, Mona's like, no. And then he looks at you like, oh, I got you. And he says, oh, interesting. You don't think you hire very many. I understand that you've stepped away from the business now. Are you not up to date with the day-to-day of it?
I glance at Mona.
She shakes her head, yes.
Okay. Like, what the fuck am I not supposed to say? Like, that is correct.
Help me.
I'm taking a step back.
He looks around to look to see where you're looking. And he says, well, that's interesting. It seems like your business was built entirely upon the basis of your mutant abilities, though. Doesn't it seem like your industry will struggle? I mean, you yourself have no business training at all. And, yeah.
Thanks. He's going hard.
Yeah, this guy is not kind. I didn't say I was abandoning the business. I'm just taking a step back from the leadership roles.
Oh, so you still intend to do all...
Due to my lesser abilities in the business realm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's good to know. We'll take that comment then, and you may see something about this in the news.
Okay.
Actually, one more question. How do you think your business will fare now that it can't rely on Pangaea to prop it up?
I have faith in the faces of the company.
Yeah, that's like Mona mouthing it.
To maintain our ability to be successful as a company.
He says, perfect canned response, sir. Thank you. And he walks away. Gadgeteer? Anything you want to do?
Yep. I mean,
This place sucks.
yeah. I was gonna. Yeah, I need to figure out who my people are that are gonna reach out to.
Well, before you leave, you see a man from York Electronic Strategic Digital over there. He published a recent like a recent journal entry on quantum computers. And he seems to be the owner of that business. He is talking to a fellow from Electronic Cryosoft, who is the business owner that employs a person you know. Liam Mays. And the fellow from Cryosoft looks a bit distraught.
Well, is the gala over?
It's winding down. It'll be over soon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, I think I'm supposed to be here as Pangaea's guest. Like, I'm a superhero. My fists are on my hips. Take pictures.
Yep. Okay.
Apparently, do business networking with said superhero.
That guy was desperate. That guy was desperate. You could tell.
Oh my god, I know what I'm gonna try to do with it. Okay. That's enough of that's a hook for him. He'll head over to the Cryosoft guy. Congratulate the other person because you said they published an article, a review.
Yeah, a good one.
Yeah, about quantum computing.
Yep.
I'll compliment him and then.
His name is Walter Cron. He says, thank you, Mr. I believe your name was Gadgeteer.
Says it right here on the name cards, of course.
Yeah, he looks at it and he says, yes, okay, got the Gadgeteer. Apologies.
He nods. And you, sir? He turns to the other person. I don't think I have had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
He says, he looks at you, he says, oh, good to see you. I'm Casper Moeller.
Does it say anywhere that he represents Cryosoft?
Yep, on his name tag.
Okay, then I'll compliment that I've heard good things about Cryosoft.
He says, oh, thank you. We've been doing a lot of good work lately, but I'm afraid that's all for naught. I was just telling Mr. Walt Cron here about how things have gone quite poorly for me. But don't let me bother you with this. This is an internal matter.
He folds his hands in front of his chest. Well, just so you know, looks off in the distance. Gadgeteer is protecting the neighborhood. And then he pats the guy on like the back, and then runs out the door. Can I try to put a listening device on him?
Okay. Roll agility.
That move. I really need sleight of hand. Yellow.
Boom. Stuck to his back. Slid under his necktie. Yeah. And you hear him talking. He says, yes, like I was saying before, I can't believe this happened. Liam has... his bug has eaten apart all the data on the system and destroyed years of work. And the number of secrets that he took from the business is, well, if he uses them, I don't see much of a future on any of our current projects. We would have to scrap them all if they're sold. And Walter says that is unfortunate, Mr. Moeller. I don't know what else you could do about this other than see him tried in a court of law. And Moeller says, well, that's the thing. We can't deal with any of his programs. They're impenetrable and indecipherable. This is just my opinion. Since Liam left at the same time that this all struck, I think the whole, and he was so upset. I'm not sure why. I thought we had treated him well, but I'm just basing this off my feelings. Like, there's no proof. This is almost a perfect crime. And they continue to talk.
Okay. I'll deactivate the device. And then I'll get further away and I'll call Pangaea and say I might have a lead on a criminal activity.
Pangaea, you are still in the place. You watched the Gadgeteer just pat a guy on the back and then suddenly turn around and run out of the building like a weirdo. And you have been covering for why he would do that. And like, oh, it must have been a crime active. He's got to go save some day.
I look over at Mona like mouth to myself.
I don't know what you're mouthing to yourself because your camera's off.
Oh,
but...
I thought I said it loud enough. I mouth to her. What?
Oh yeah.
Like that.
She says to you, she's like mouths back to you this. She's like, this is what it's like. We're dealing with your stuff, your shit.
I looked at her like, oh, so we're friends now, huh?
There's an awkward turn around as she goes to talk to someone else. All right. Yeah, what do you want to respond as you get your comm piece active that tells you he has a lead?
Well, I'm going to, I guess, like quietly try to just start saying goodbyes. Like, be like, all right, it's time for me to head out winding down. I need to go call it a night.
Yeah, okay. So you start to say your goodbyes. The whole place is winding down. There's a lot of people that have left already. So you make your way out and leave, and then return the call. I assume to Gadgeteer. Gadgeteer, what are you doing during that time?
Just trying to look for evidence of his work. Just any like around the internet if I can, and also checking like on the streets if they've weirdly heard anything about a cyber crime.
No.
Yeah, and then trying to call Liam.
He put out
Alexander.
He put out a decent amount of his work as like open source computer code. So
Okay, I'll look at it and then try to start like reverse engineer or develop a way to try to track it.
it's all like independent stuff. It's like programs that he released. It's untraceable back to him. But
There's not like a pattern on it.
Or do you have computers?
I do.
Okay. You can make a computers roll.
Okay. Anything else I can add to it?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe well informed.
No, I don't think so.
But no, yeah, okay. Oh my gosh. I think with computers, it's. Oh, what about Since I'm trying to look for a pattern, what about math?
No.
Okay. Then I think it's only. I think it's a yellow.
If you have investigation, I'll give that a bonus here.
No, detective.
You have detective?
No, nothing like that. I guess that's not really for computers. I was going to say repair and tinker, but that's not really.
Alright, yeah, so you are examining it, and what's your bonus?
If it's just using computers and not like understanding new technology or then it's uncanny. Is that the uncanny?
Yeah, there is a little bit. There is a couple things that's interesting and new about his developments, but you're actually not that as good at computers as you are with other things. Maybe electronics would give you a bonus. That would put you at amazing. But still, you're not able to figure out anything. There's very little that identifies a specific block of code as his. And he has a couple papers about advanced code languages, and a couple that have to do with mind code interface language. That was one of his big developments that he was trying to do. Basically ways to speak to computers in a way they understand.
Cool.
So Pangaea, you've made your way outside the building.
Mm-hmm.
And as you do, you look around for where Gadgeteer wants to meet. And Gadgeteer, you probably picked like a rooftop nearby or something.
I didn't go far.
Yeah. So you scout that location out and you start to make your way over, and as you are departing from the place, roll intuition. And Gadgeteer, I want you to make your intuition roll too, since you are keeping an eye on places around, but with a -2 CS.
Okay. Would
Nice.
All right.
would any of my like scanning stuff add to it?
No.
Okay. And they're not like super advanced, so I just didn't know.
What kind of scanning stuff do you have?
He can infrared, UV, electro,
Oh, no then.
radio, like general, basically like
Yeah.
most forms of energy.
No, this
like,
is just really noticing something happening.
Yeah. Okay. Like biomed scanner type thing.
No, that's
Okay. 75. What's -2 though? You said.
Yep.
Green. I think down to typical. No, good. Sorry. What? No. Yeah, typical. Duh.
All right. Gadgeteer, you're not really noticing anything. However, Pangaea, as you are climbing up the side of the building, scrambling away, like stones lifting you up, you hear somebody like, "Oh!" You scream, and they're it's back towards where you were coming from. Back towards where the gala hall was.
Damn it. I guess I'm gonna turn back towards the gala, and I'm gonna radio him to be like, "What have you got? Did you hear that?"
Hear what?
'Cause I haven't seen him yet, right?
No.
Start heading back towards the gala.
I guess. Right.
No, he said heard what, and then he's already starting to run back towards you.
Okay. So there's a screen back towards the gala. I'm heading back that way.
I'm right behind you.
All right. As you round the corner, you see three guys in strange armor. Let's see, can I do this? Three guys in strange armor pushing a man who you recognize from the gala into a truck. Or into a flying like hovercraft of sorts. This is the armor they're wearing. As they push this guy into the truck, you got Pangaea. You recognize him from the meeting, but you do not. You don't recognize him.
Like, they look familiar, but I can't, like, say, like, I couldn't say from where or from what.
You know he's from the gala, but you didn't talk to him. You think
Okay.
you think Gadgeteer did. You talked to the guy from the Dublin Times, and you talked to that person from the logistics
Yeah.
Open Logistics Industrial, right?
Yes, that was the one that talked to me. No. It was
German
the
Service
German-
Instruments.
Yeah, German Service. Yeah.
Yeah, just his name.
I'm gonna quickly describe this guy to him over the phone. Big, tall dude, dome helmet like a fishbowl.
No,
Yeah.
not that guy.
Can he see him?
The guy that's getting pushed in is a man in a suit. As you describe him, you recognize his name quickly as what's his name?
What?
What was his name from Open Logistics Industrial?
Oh, you didn't give a name. You just said he was the owner.
Oh, all right. It's the owner from Open and Logistics Industrial.
Okay, owner. That's his name. Stop them at all costs.
At
He
all,
might be a new business partner for me.
at all costs.
Cool.
Yeah, so the three armored fellows push him into the car, and they begin to drive away.
Okay. So I start to tell him this. Hey, it's 3 armored up dudes with fishbowl helmets. Just threw him in this hover. Did you say it was a hovercraft?
Yeah, some
thing?
sort of flying car thing.
Yeah, and now they're taking off with him.
Can you get their propulsion?
I might be able to catch him. Can't, or was it It was my other guy that could jump and, like, it was a polarizer that could move fast.
Yeah.
You're not slow though, and by any stretch of the imagination, and with heat and geoforce.
I was gonna say, could I make myself like Earth Silver Surfer with heat and I don't want to fuck up everything all around here.
Yeah, you could fly. You could fly by using your heat powers if you want.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay.
I guess-
No,
I
you know
guess
what? I don't want to see you fly. You have too many flyers. How about you throw yourself with rocks as super jump or something?
Yeah, it's like a combustion.
Basically like a catapult.
Yeah, like a catapult rocket jump.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, so on your rock throw, okay, yeah. You go like that, you boom, you catapult yourself forward as you shoot the rock out and you just go right into the side of a building. And boom, 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 boom. And the car flies over top of your head and they look down and they're like, what was he trying to do? You hear as they fly away.
Dang it.
Are they going out the back?
Okay, basically what happened was the gala doors were there. You guys were on top of the rooftops. You were kind of far away. Gadgeteer, Pangaea turns around, comes back. He sees them push the guy in the car. They get inside. They start to fly away. And the hovercraft, he shoots himself forward as they're going up, trying to intercept the car. He misses, smashes into the side of a building. The car goes over top of the building. You are still on your way.
I'll let him know that I did not capture them.
So am I heading basically back to them, and they're just not in my view yet?
You can see them now, I would say, at the end of that round. They are getting up high into the air, though, and gaining ground on you quickly.
Okay.
But you can see them right now.
I'm just wondering if I can, like, instead of trying to run them down, if they're already like way up in the air, can I hit them with a tracking device?
I think that it's out of range of your tracking device shooting thing or whatever you were trying to do.
Yeah. Okay. Huh.
They're pretty far away. If they were at ground level, you wouldn't be able to see them.
Wow. Okay. Because I can move pretty quick too.
Yeah. I assume you can move pretty quickly.
Okay. So,
Are you? What's your? They're moving at supersonic speeds.
Yeah. I thought with me running after hearing the call.
You were a little ways away, like I said, and so you ran there in one round. That same round, Pangaea made the miss, and then at the end of the round, you could see them on top of the rooftops. And now this is round 2. They are still within view, but they are not. How fast are you moving?
3 areas.
Okay, they're moving 50.
Yeah. I thought with me running and they took a turn to put him in the car and get going,
Well, no, he put him in the car. Pangaea could see them put him in the car from a distance because you guys all left the gala before the guy got kidnapped.
I want to try to maybe hack into their, like, either their comm system or the computer system of the hover car.
You can't really hack into the computer system of the hover car, but unless you are attached to the computer system of the hover car physically. It's a closed system. But the radio, they seem to be using radio waves, so you can intercept the radio waves with a roll on your devices.
Okay, is it a computer electronics check or?
Yep, same those two.
Is it off reason?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a red, right?
Yeah, I think it's a red no matter what. I was just going to tell you the rank if you...
You totally bust into it, and you're able to hear, intercept, block, or transmit on their radio frequencies. What you do hear, though, is, sir, we've got the target. We are headed back to base. We'll ETA 30 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, I can intercept. I can block. I can talk to them. What was the fourth thing?
You could stop their communications, you can speak to them, and then you can overhear it.
Okay.
30 minutes, according to your calculations, Gadgeteer.
Like what direction, I guess, would they be heading? And I can probably...
They seem to be headed north, so they must be crossing most of Ireland.
Okay. And 30 minutes north would roughly... Yeah, I guess... Okay.
Somewhere in either Northern Ireland or the western part of actual North Ireland. So Northern Ireland, like Belfast, UK, London, Derry, or Donegal, Letterkenny, like that northern western part of Ireland.
Okay, I'll relay that to Pangaea. It'd be great if we had a ship or a superhuman that can fly at hundreds of miles an hour. That would be nice.
He's not coming.
frequency, we might be able to track them with that. But getting 30 minutes north of here. Because it's 30 minutes at. How fast are they moving?
Roughly Mach 1.
So, that's far.
200 and some miles, it looks to be.
I can run that. I don't know about you, but I don't want to run that.
How long will it take you to run that?
4 hours.
What? You run it faster? You run it like 160 miles per hour?
You said it was like 200 miles?
Oh, yeah. My bad.
He runs at 50. So if he was gonna jog it, I mean, he could do it. Yeah, it would be like way too long.
Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even sure he could make that.
That's assuming you went in a straight line.
That too. And I think it's minus 2 ranks is kind of indefinite effort. So yeah, that's a far run.
Yeah, but you're incredible. You can maintain that time for. You can maintain that top speed for about 4 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's top speed would be 1 + 1, right?
No, that's your top speed. It's 50.
Oh, the 50 is top speed. Okay. So yeah, I don't want to run 200 miles when time is of the essence.
Pangaea? Alex? You're muted. You've been muted for a while.
Sorry, I've been talking and wondering why. I had to use the bathroom and I come back and forgot to turn it off. No, I was gonna say I could launch us there, but I don't know how fast and the consecutiveness of that and how sturdy we are from the landings.
Well, I could probably
driving skills earlier, but I don't think they're still active.
I could probably cobble together a heat resistance to my suit so that you don't destroy it.
I think his thought was to launch you via rock power.
Yeah.
Yeah, could we travel along using your rock abilities?
We could try that.
You could make a rock boat, and then everybody could sit inside of it. Then you could rock catapult.
You know what, Jacob? I almost want to do that, and I want to build a makeshift. I want to actually help his geoforce with my with my inventions. But he can probably whip up a catapult a whole lot faster than.
Yeah.
And it's not so much a catapult as it's just the ground below us shoots up and kind of throws us.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we can. I guess Hulk rock jump it.
I guess your other option is that you get catapulted, you carry Pangaea, and then fly, right? Because you can fly, can't you?
No, I have gliding.
Yeah, so there,
suit, basically.
you just glide back down to Earth, and then he catapults you guys again.
But Pangaea weighs 300 pounds, so
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure my
Oh,
flight suit
heavy.
will hold 300 pounds for long.
Well, you can glide, and then
Well,
I'll
Pangaea
meet you where you land.
could carry you, because I mean he's not going to get hurt from their landing. We know that.
Yeah.
He's super durable.
I am quite durable.
I'm not as heavy as you, but I'm pretty beefy. I'm pretty big.
How much can you carry, Pangaea? What's your strength?
I have.
So I'm like 6'2", 220. He's a sizable man.
You're good.
Good. I think so. I have GI written, so I don't know if it was supposed to be good or.
Yeah, I don't know what GI means.
I don't either.
Is it like a G10?
Yeah, it's supposed to be GD for 10.
Yeah.
So yeah, you would probably get exhausted by carrying him the whole way.
Yeah.
And I think I can actually carry you, but my little gliding on the air suit is not really gonna hold you.
Why don't you just glide, and I'll run to meet you where you land and throw us again.
Okay, yeah. And we'll Hulk jump it essentially.
Basically.
Okay.
Alright, can I wait, I know what I can help him. Math. I can actually use geometry to give us the most optimal angle.
Alright, I'll give him a +1 CS as you try to coach him through the angles.
Yes.
Alright, so you if you want the +1 CS, this does not count as your rock leaping special power stunt. Yeah.
Okay. So it'll just be like Geoforce.
Yep. If you want, your rock leaping power stunt would give you uncanny flight speed leaps.
Oh, so that would be better.
No. It would be slower. But
Okay.
this is full power Geoforce. Sensational.
Yeah, sensational. Okay, we'll do it that way.
Okay.
Try. Here we go.
Alright, so you stand over. Gadgeteer climbs onto your back. And then the rock smashes into your legs. Roll your Geoforce with +1 CS.
Isn't that what that is?
Is that what the 70 was?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Sensation, spectacular now, right?
That's the yellow.
Yeah.
Yellow, that's what you need. You need a yellow. You shoot yourself forward. You guys fly through the air at 600 miles per hour. Suddenly, the air whips against you. Your breath's taken away, Gadgeteer. and
I climb up off of his shoulders, and I just jump off and glide.
Yeah. So, you come to a crash landing in a field, trying to avoid people's houses, dig a big ditch in somebody's yard. Then
I'll relay
and then
my
fix
GPS to you.
and then fix it. Got Pangaea with your Earth control.
Yeah.
And then you run over and you run over there exhausted from the run because you only have remarkable endurance. At about the same time Gadgeteer lands, you're not exhausted, but you like jog over there lightly so that you don't wear yourself out.
I just came up with a new invention.
And then you guys take off. Again, give me 3 more of those rolls.
Okay. Ooh, that is.
I got it. That's a green.
50.
Or yellow. That's a yellow.
Alright. That's one. So that was right on the line.
That's a white. So the second jump goes well again. You guys are making your way up Ireland. You're about halfway through the country now. Third jump, however, Pangaea strikes you guys badly as he kind of is a little out of breath, and he hits himself right in the middle of the knee as it like dead legs himself, and he sends you both plummeting into the ground just face first. You hit the ground for 30 damage each.
Well, son of a bitch.
Which Pangaea takes nothing, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your armor protects you from some of it, right?
I take 20.
Okay.
Because I have a different suit. It's only good resistance.
Okay.
But yeah, that's why it has the gliding suit. It has a utility belt. It has like a little color change, blending into the night option.
Nice. Okay.
So,
all right, ready for another?
Yep.
Yes. All right.
You need 2 more successes.
Ooh, that's a green, right?
Yeah, it shoots you up and forward, but you're way too high, and you come to a landing, not covering as much ground as you need to. Okay, roll again.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a yellow.
Boom, shot across. At this point in time, Gadgeteer, I need you to make a roll for pinpointing this group's location as you're lining up for the last jump. They have come to a stop. They say, the next thing you overhear on the comms are, on our way in, please, he says, open the gates, we are on our way in, docking code, X422.
He lets out an audible sigh. They have docking codes. So it's electronics and computers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Amazing.
Okay, by
Green.
green.
Yeah.
By triangulating the radio waves and gibberish, you realize that they are in the city of Donegal in Ireland.
Okay. Alright, Pangaea, they're somewhere in Donegal.
You couldn't get it any more narrowed down since you only got a green.
They have a lair.
Well, I can work with that.
Why do they have a lair? They're not coming. But I'm putting in the call. The team. Exiles assemble, or whatever our version of it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Delilah calls you back real fast. She says, sorry, Aaron and I are at a teacher-student conference. Apparently Ira's been in some trouble lately at school. We'll be by whenever this is over.
Okay.
Autopsy says, sorry, Pangaea, Gadgeteer, just had a run-in with the cops. They are circling the building right now. Not sure they're going to go away. Looks like the whole SWAT team's out there.
Oh, Autopsy. Something about having a child and never actually adopting him and going through the proper paperwork. Uh, yeah, let's get to Donegal then, and maybe I can pinpoint them.
You know what's funny? Neither one of them ever actually adopted their adopted children.
I can also just see though, like the whole SWAT team showing up at Autopsy's door for something like that. Like the other one, no one would question it. They'd just be like, "Oh yeah, it's a magic kid. It's a magic sorcerer stuff. Yeah, of course they adopted him and did the proper paperwork and everything." With Autopsy, it would it'd get leaked to a law enforcement agency somehow.
Child Protective Services.
Yeah, look, he's endangering a child. And it's like, Cork's got an entire academy full of kids. Nope, they didn't show up there. Nope, just Autopsy.
All right. So you guys are out in the middle of nowhere in Ireland, leaping across the wilderness. You ready for your next roll?
Yep. Oh my god, this is an amazing side trip.
Okay, this one shoots you low and fast, and you are zooming in right at a building, and you're like trying to jump off, but like you do. Well, what do you want to do? As you you guys are zipped forward right at somebody's house.
I gotta jump off and try to like glide it out.
Okay, jump off. Make an agility roll.
God, you're gonna make. Oh, let's see. You're gonna make me get acrobatics.
This was a lightning bolt. This was a line drive that he fired,
oh my God.
and you jump forward, and for a second you hear as like started parts of your suit start to like rip apart, and from the air resistance, and then you do like a backflip, but you fold your wings back in before they can be damaged, and then like go into a backwards spiral, and then you poof, pop them back out and save yourself from crash landing as you still come in for a really hard landing really fast as you're like 50 feet up off the ground. Pangaea, you're not so lucky. You're still flying right at this building.
I'm going to try to track where he is. Geoforce grab myself to the earth, like try to reach it up to grab me. Like,
all right. Make an agility roll. This is you grabbing yourself with your superpower.
I did not.
The hand shoots up and it grabs one of your legs, but the force of your push crushes through the thumb, and you just keep flying forward. And then you go boom, smash through the chimney of somebody's house, like scraping across the shingles. Caused some significant home damage, but it was not destroyed. That could be repaired.
Damn it. I'm going to take note of the address and send it to Mona Lowe and just be like, send them money for repairs.
She says, okay, in the text response.
I'm going to say over the comms, Pangaea, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm not what you would say proficient at everything yet.
You took you took typical damage from the landing, Gadgeteer.
Okay.
Which should be nothing for you, I believe.
Yeah.
If you were not wearing that armor, you'd have some scuffs.
Nice road rash, man.
Yep.
I got like a bruised rib. Give me some road rash. I think we need to practice in the gym with your rock abilities.
Yeah, as you say that, you're like jogging over to where Pangaea is. Okay, go again.
Yeah, all right.
Or you guys can run the last 70 miles.
I believe in you. One more good jump.
God.
Damn it.
White or that's green, I think. Right? Was it 24? No.
If you have a +1, it's a green.
It's a green. You shoot yourself almost straight up, and you guys fly about 25 miles. You jump out, and you could glide the rest of the way there by yourself, Gadgeteer.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
It'll be slow though.
Jog to the outskirts.
Alright. That'll take you about, at remarkable, that'll take you about 2 hours.
Damn it. I guess I'll launch myself.
do you want to do your rock leap?
Yes.
Okay.
While he's doing that and I'm gliding down, I'm gonna try to check again since we're closer. I'm hoping I can maybe.
No, there's
Get a
nothing
lead in
that'll
there.
get you a better pickup. You'll have to figure out another way to track the location.
Okay.
Alright. Doing my rock leap, do I need to roll for it?
Yep.
I think I do to get, because I think I still need checks on it.
Yep. I don't think you have
I only
any
got
checks.
One. I have one.
Oh, you have one, so you need a red.
Yeah. Nope, the opposite of red.
Rock just smashes into the side of your head. It does 50 points of damage.
Damn it, so I actually take damage. 10.
Do I see him come crashing in?
No, he just smashed himself in the face with a rock.
Oh. I might have an idea on how to do it after he jumps in.
You want to try again?
Yeah. Not a red.
Do you want to spend karma?
Oh, I would need to spend what? 40? No. 40.
Yeah, I think 40. Nope, 50.
Yeah.
Roll again.
Yeah.
All right, go for it. All right, so you shot yourself up, but it only went like 10 feet. Second time, you shoot yourself way too far and overshoot the city and land on the shore. You're about.
Look how far that was.
Oh
wow, that's pretty far.
Yeah, you are now. You're now 20. You're closer. You're closer now, but you're 20 miles away. So if you were to run in a straight line, that would take you about an hour. Gadgeteer, you're still gliding. For a second, you saw Pangaea zipping by overhead, and then you're off. You see Donegal, and then you see him just keep going way past it until you can't see him anymore.
If this is criminal activity, and after it, we're heading straight to the Isle of Man, and I need to take a nap. But we're training you.
Yeah, I need some for real.
Do you want to try again?
Please. I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep trying.
I roll it again. I'll give you one more. Okay. Another rock. This time it hits you out to the ocean, and you drop 50 feet out in the deep part of the water. You sink like a rock, shockingly. Alright, so now we're just gonna. It takes you a couple more tries, and then suddenly you get to jump right, and you fly in and land in Donegal.
Oh Lord.
My idea was, Jake, while he's trying to jump back is.
Well, you're still gliding, by the way. And you see him, you're coming in close to Donegal, then you see a purple thing come flying back in. It's like dripping wet, but the wind's blowing it all off. And then he lands in the middle of the city. So you're like still gliding in.
Okay. I'll try to land how many of him.
Okay.
I have like a hollow cube projector in my belt. I want to try to break that apart and use the electronics and stuff inside with like a tracking system to latch on to their radio waves and see where it's coming out of.
I don't think you're going to be able to pursue the radio wave angle anymore.
Oh!
There's no external communication happening too, so you don't see anything. There's no radio waves to pick up.
Damn it! I was gonna scan. Oh, I'm so mad. I was gonna scan, and I was like, no, he would go there in mind. He's a superhero for the children at a gala. He wouldn't scan. Damn it. Alright, now I know what I'm doing from now on.
What were you trying to scan?
I had another idea, but I didn't scan beforehand, but since he has like a biomed scanner, he could have referenced he could have made a little like drone out of the hollow cube and looked for the bio signal of Mueller.
Yeah, you'd have to examine people pretty closely, but yeah, you could have probably done that.
Okay.
The bioscan is not like a long distance scanner. It's like a...
Oh, yeah, no.
It's like a 10, 20 feet scan.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was thinking it would only be maybe a room.
Yeah.
It would scan and...
Yeah, I think like 10 feet, probably. I mean, to scan somebody, I think you need to be like next to them, like Star Trek, kinda.
Yeah.
Or no, I think probably to scan somebody, you have to push it up against their skin initially.
I was hoping for more like a laser scanner, but...
No, that's too high-tech to not have actually built the device with super science.
Okay. Well, I like the idea of making like a little ladybug type drone out of the hollow projector.
Alright, that's not going to be hard. That'll be decently hard for you, but definitely doable. The time constraint is the only thing that is really going to matter here, and it'll take you about 2 hours
Oof.
to kit bash that.
And Karma doesn't speed that up, right?
Nope.
Okay,
Assistance would do it. If you want to make the drone a lot bigger, it would speed up the process.
Really?
Yeah, Ladybug is a high-tech miniaturization, so...
Well, the reason why I said a ladybug is because I'm building it out of like a small hollow projector cube.
Yeah, I know. If you want to, you'd need more pieces, but if you made it like a normal drone, I would say that'd probably take about 40 minutes.
I feel like that's time we don't have.
Yeah, it took you about 40 minutes to get here with your jumps.
Right.
So you're 10 minutes behind. If you spend, if you take a miniaturized ladybug drone, it'll take you 100 minutes.
I guess we have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Do you know, like, when you say lair, do they have, like, an underground lair?
You don't know. Yeah.
That would be my guess.
You gotta track the lair location somehow. That's what you need to figure out.
What about the frequency that you caught?
No, Jacob's saying it's a dead end.
Yeah, he made his attempts on that already. That's how you got here. He didn't close it.
I mean,
and they're inside their base. They're not sending out any radio communications now. So
how are all of my scanning? Is it all like 10 feet?
No, I would say anything that isn't. I mean, you have infrared and everything, and those are all your vision level.
Yeah, and like energy, and so I guess I could just run. I could check on my scanning. Like,
yeah.
Just through my. I get like. Are you saying it's just basically through my mask?
Yep.
Okay.
Unless you have it on some other device, it could be like a binoculars or something.
Well, it's. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It was technically in like the wrist scanner. but it would feed into my vision.
So I think it would feed into your division and base it off that, and I think your range on that is probably like, what's the rank?
I think just good. Oh no, it says remarkable.
Remarkable. So the range on that's going to be a couple, like 2 miles probably.
Oh no, that's way too. I feel like that's way too far.
Yeah, I mean, it would be blocked by a lot of stuff in a city, so it's going to be whatever you're, basically more or less what you can see.
Okay.
But if you go up to a high point, you could scan a lot of the city in one go.
Okay. Pangaea, can you give us a lift up onto, unless Jake, we're already on a rooftop?
No, you guys have he would not have felt comfortable landing in a rooftop. You landed in a field out on the outskirts of town.
Well, no time like the present to train. Can you get us to a higher elevation?
Yes, I can.
Oh yeah, nice.
Well, I'm assuming just like not my jettison throw, just like what we were doing on the way here, like launching him into the sky.
No.
I was thinking a stunt for you.
Well, that's still not a red then, but it's good. It's not gonna hurt. Like punch you in the face, I don't think.
Does his geoforce cover that, Jacob?
It's just.
I think if you run in there and then just have him lift you up on a piece of rock pillar, that would be the safest. But if you want to jump it, if you want to jump it, you can do it with all the risks involved.
I was thinking like launch him up and he could like glide and circle around on his way back down.
Yeah. Actually,
like scan constantly was what I was thinking, but I was 5 short of a red feat.
All right.
I'll take the risk. Like, I mean, that's the smart play would have been to just put us up on a plateau. Yeah. But I did say to practice. No time like the practice, like the present to practice, and I can glide around.
All right, so you just shoot him up into the air. You got a yellow?
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. You are gliding around. And that's a good call because there's not that many tall places. The tallest place is a church steeple and a castle. So, as you scan over this section of the city, you have, what are your scanners?
Like what types?
Yep.
We got infrared. I think the ones that I doubt ultraviolet, electronic and radio, red and magnetic, and then just kind of general energy output.
You have a magnetic scanner, so a compass.
Well, like electromagnetic energy.
Okay.
So I guess it should be EM.
And you have an energy scanner?
Yeah. That's more just like, that's more like, is something generating, or is like there a giant energy wave, like standard, oh my god, there's an energy wave coming to hit the city type thing.
Superhero stuff.
Right. I'm still on the other one.
Alright, this section of the city shows you nothing. I sent you a picture of the city. Where do you want to go to next? You guys are in the bottom right corner, near that Sol Est software.
Okay. I'm gonna let Pangaea know that this sector is clear, and then just continue north. It looks like the majority of the area. Like, I kind of want to do a square inside of this this highway. That's. So maybe I technically have to fly a little bit. What direction? I guess east of Solest software. To where that border is, and then start turning north.
Alright, so you go east, and there's nothing. You land, and you wait for Pangaea to meet you. He's exhausted by all this running. And he shoots you up in the air again. Where do you want to go now?
Start heading north.
So you went up, and then to the SR Motors, Donegal? Right?
Yeah, basically there. Yep.
Alright, as you're scanning over this northern section, it's been about 55 minutes or so. You notice that an empty field is giving off a large energy signature. It strikes you as very odd.
Yeah. Alright, I'll it's probably, is it that field between, the Supermax service station?
No. You were on the north side of the river, so it's the field between the Gateway Lodge Donegal Town and Drumroosk Estate.
Okay. I'll try to glide further up that way, let Pangaea know, and try to get better readings to confirm what feels like an obvious.
All it's showing is there's a large amount of energy surging through this place below you. It's like it's a hospital or a power plant.
Yeah, but under a field.
Yes, but it's grass.
Okay.
You curse yourself thinking you probably could have went to the local power substation and seen where the draws were coming to.
Oh. Yep. I definitely cursed myself.
But as you wait at St. John Besco Community Center, across from Natural Foods at Donegal Limited, and the Railway Lodge Guest House, Pangaea makes his way over. About 10 minutes later, he arrives, having ran through the livestock mart, to the curses of the night shift staff.
I'm trying to find it on the map. Where are we at? You said north of the river.
Yep. So if you're looking at the map and you see Drumroosk Estate and the Gateway Lodge Donegal Town on the north side of the river, that's where it is.
Okay.
Lodge.
Yeah, there's a like a circle field, Jacob.
Yep.
Yeah. Right southwest of Drumroosk.
Okay.
Here it is. In a close-up.
Zoom out a little bit.
Here's a close-up view.
Yeah.
I got it.
I just sent a close-up view on the Discord.
So, Pangaea, I hate to ask this of you, but I think it's the Pangaea show now, because I think they're below us.
Okay. Obviously, if you do that, it's going to alert everybody, but I'm going to get a drink. You guys figure out what you want to do.
What do you think? I can at least I should be able to feel whether or not I'm down there. And do we want to try to go for it, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, are you able to actually sense through the earth?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because we've done something similar like that before. That I've been able to feel if there's even if it's a metal building, I can feel that there's kind of like a void down there type thing.
Okay. Yeah, my guess would be to sense what's down there, and then if it is their base, try to find where their entrance is.
Okay.
I don't know if you have a geosense.
I don't know if I'll be able to figure that, but we can try something. Because the entrance could be like any house around here with tunnels and stuff.
Yep. Well, I could, in theory, if
You have a
if that's
surefire
the case,
plan?
I should be able to see. I should be able to see if there's a house. That's a good point, actually, Alex. if there's a house nearby that's actually tunnels and whatnot leading, I might actually pick it up on my vision.
Let's try that, but I'm still gonna go head over to that
Yeah.
field. Is Jake back?
Yep, I'm back.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. Sorry. On the picture.
We're saying. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna go over to that field and I guess try to use my geoforce ability and try to feel through the earth to see if it feels like there's some kind of structure below the earth there. Can I feel
Yeah, you feel down there, and you can feel that it is there is a metallic structure below you.
structure upwards? Okay. Is it pretty much the size of that field?
Yep.
Larger, smaller, or am I not able to tell?
It is about the size of the field, and it seems to. Well, that's about all you can tell.
Okay.
You can also feel that you can't move it. It's too heavy.
Okay. Can I feel any kind of tunnels going out in any particular direction from it or anything?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I could not excavate it, but I could basically make us a tunnel down to it and, start going around and look for entrances.
I can only really just see the blob, right, Jacob?
Yeah, it's just a big energy blob. I will also say this: you guys are in that mart lot nearby. You are not on the field itself. This is obviously high-tech stuff, Gadgeteer. So you're certain if you go too close, they'll detect you.
Yeah.
So tunneling into it would basically be like knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Can he, through geoforce, since it's metal, can he actually figure out what type of metal it is?
Oh.
I don't believe so.
Can you create lava underneath it?
I think so. Probably, I don't know how big of an area I could do.
What power stunts do you have?
The jettison and heat aura. That might be it. Let me check this other page.
Oh my God! I have an idea.
Yeah,
I have
just heat aura and jettison right now.
That's okay. I have an idea with your heat.
You're gonna turn it into an oven.
Yep.
My only thinking was any kind of innocence or the dude that they kidnapped.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. You can automatically do these things with your geoforce detection. It only applies to rock and semi-natural materials such as concrete, asphalt, cement.
Okay.
Not steel or plastic.
No metal.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have the ability to control forces at a ridiculous range. Miles and miles and miles. Oh no, you can detect forces within 12 miles, but only 1 mile of their location. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. So your range is ridiculous. Your detection range is more ridiculous.
Okay.
You can sense ground temperature, mineral composition, specific minerals. So he could detect what
certain metals,
the elements
what type
of the earth are. Locate caves, which he did. Locate beings moving within the earth. There are none. Identify fault lines and stress points. Communicate with beings made of rock. Okay? You can accelerate, slow, or alter the direction of geological forces affecting plate movements.
Holy cow.
Create power rank tremors or reduce the intensity of existing tremors. Accelerate erosion. You can direct the flow of magma within the earth and create an instant volcano to erupt.
Yeah.
You can create holes in the earth, obviously, instant pits, valleys, caves, or tunnels. They are permanent unless corrected. The volcano won't last that long, and its damage decreases quickly. You can affect, oh my lord, a ridiculous amount. I don't remember what I told you it was before, but apparently it's 10 times the strength column rating.
Wow. Strength is good, so.
No. What your power would have on the strength column rating.
Oh.
So you can affect 750 tons of material.
Holy cow. Oh my god.
And then it's got all the power stunts, blah, 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 avalanches, sculpt chambers, underground headquarters, could make you a lot of money, they say.
That's automatic?
No, those are power stunts to make...
Oh, okay. I was like, oh my god.
Is that in, Jacob?
Ultimate Power Book.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to make a volcano, you can. It is not controlled, right? You don't direct. You could try to sort of direct the magma, but once that happens, is you're going to make a volcano explode in this city. With volcano level, it'll be small volcano, but it'll have volcano like effects, which, to put you into a perspective, the intensity of the inside of a volcano, interior of a volcano, not the lava itself, is 100. So you're probably looking at 125 points of flaming death damage.
That's heat.
And a 750-ton volcano would be quite devastating to the small town of Donegal.
I don't imagine beyond catastrophic.
No, the town wouldn't be totally destroyed.
What about
It's not a very big town.
Yeah, it's not a very big town, but it's 750 tons. It's going to be bigger than the castle, so that whole field would get volcanoized, and lava would spew out, covering most of the north side of town. It wouldn't make it past the river, though.
Is it possible to have Pangaea's heat directly under the base or the mass, and then just like slowly raise the temperature and see if they come running out?
He could tunnel underneath of it and then start to apply heat to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could tunnel and heat it, but then I'd have to like get up to it, which I think we determined they would detect us.
Yeah, and if they have a sensor,
I can mess with the sensors potentially with my heat aura, mess with their like.
Yep.
But that would probably still set them off if I mess with them.
I don't see the sensors, right, Jacob?
No, if you could get down there and get into their system, you could do
Yeah.
a lot of damage.
Yeah, okay.
But you would need to get next to the place without getting caught.
Yeah.
I'm pretty stealthy, but... Oh, wait. Actually, I am super stealthy.
You also know... sorry. You also know they have to have an entrance somewhere.
Yep. So, I want to go around that kind of whole like field. It looks like, is that a residential area to the north there?
Yep.
Okay, so kind of on the road up there, kind of walking on the road around, or running, I guess, trying to like scan for like an entry point, because they've got to have some tech in there.
So you're just going to run around the block?
Unless Alex or Pangaea have a better idea.
Are you going to do anything to keep that from being noticed, or...
I mean, I can try to do it stealthily.
You don't have to, if you're confident.
I mean, I'm invisible to up to a certain rank to electronics.
What's that rank?
Amazing.
Oh, is this your stealth suit?
It's a part of the helmet, or the not helmet. Geez, the mask.
Oh, okay. Amazing seems kind of high. That's okay, though. Okay, you start to run. Roll intuition.
I guess Pangaea should take a higher vantage point to keep an eye out. Alex?
Pangaea builds himself a little stone tower.
Yeah. Build myself a tower to inconspicuously look around.
I could leave the hollow projector with him, and so nobody would necessarily. It could just look like a sign.
Billboard.
Yeah. It just appears out of nowhere.
Hey Bob, how long has that billboard been there? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe 5 minutes. Whatever.
Yeah.
Intuition. Yeah, I don't think I have anything that'll help me on this. Yeah, I mean, I'm stealthy, so I guess yellow. There's nothing to help me on that.
Alright, yeah, you run around the building, and you rolled intuition. Wasn't for stealth.
Yeah.
You notice that one section of the earth seems to have been sort of cut. along the grass around the south side near the playground
Of the residential?
of the lot.
Oh, okay. Pangaea, can you scan underneath the playground?
Yeah, I'll go that way and scan under the playground.
There's nothing there. You get the feeling that that wherever that cut is sort of the entrance into this underground area. Like they're keeping they have to, like the ground lifts up or something so that you can come in through the top.
Okay. Alright, how much pressure can you generate? Because I feel like that could be a like a backup card for us.
You guys are about an hour and 15 minutes now since the kidnapping. 45 minutes. 35 minutes since you arrived in Donegal.
Since we found what appears to be an entrance, can I access their...
Actually, let me make that an hour and 5 minutes.
Can I access their opening command system?
No.
So I can't input the code?
Yeah, it seems like they verbally give a code and then the person inside operates a door or the access system.
Well, do we want to knock or do we want to really knock?
You could, if you're still trying to find another way in, you've seen this place. You also know that they have to have some ventilation access to get air out, in and out.
Yeah.
You would know that. And two, if you could, you know the radio signals, so you could, try to radio in.
Yeah.
That would be...
I figured though that I already thought about radioing in, but I figured that they would know who was out.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So,
you would have to have more information to make that a believable lie.
So with its heat sense and my infrared, we don't see ventilation shafts?
No.
They're probably using a house or something like that, or they've tapped into something like that. That would be my guess. I don't know. That's what I'd do.
Yeah, if you're looking for it, you, on another run around the block, you notice and dip into those woods on the north side and notice there is a place in one of the trees where it's coming out from.
And also with his geosense, it should be able to feel the metal for the vents.
Yeah, it's pretty small. It's just a vent.
Would overlook it.
Okay.
It's not like a tunnel.
Alright, so
it is it's a very narrow, man-sized vent, though.
human-sized rock monster.
Yep.
And and a workout nerd.
I mean, other than that, if you guys could figure out another way to burrow through, or I mean, you can talk to him. So if you could figure out a way to trick him to open it.
Yeah, I mean that's yeah. I'm open to ideas here, Pangaea.
Oh yeah.
Or you guys could just scoop the whole Earth out and and then bust through it with a volcano blast. You know, that's doable.
Yeah. That's there's three ways we can knock. I can try to hack in or just give them the access code. You can try to pound the door down, or open up. Try to cook them out.
Or you could go through the vent.
I was gonna say we could try the ventilation.
I'm
like going through that way.
And going through the ventilation. I'm not finding that there's any military stuff here, so I think we're in the clear on that department. Jake, is that fair to say?
Yeah, this is not a military base.
Yeah. Okay.
However, I will say this: Gadgeteer, unless you have some sort of heat resistance, you would likely get some burns from the ventilation shaft.
Could I, if we go this way, would I be able to divert the heat? Would I have that?
Yeah,
particular
I mean, I guess you could. Yeah. No, you can control the heat, so you could just reduce it. So.
Well, and I have energy protection. I'd still be sweating.
I mean, what's your energy protection?
Oh, it's only good.
Yeah, so you would get burned. We're certain of that.
Okay. Well, he can control the heat, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Yeah, let's take that route in then.
Okay. You guys sneak up over to the vent. Gadgeteer, as you come in close to the vent, you look up and you see that there is a camera nestled in one of the trees above you.
Okay.
You stop Pangaea before he comes in any closer. Gadgeteer, the camera's looking right at you, but you're confident that it doesn't see you. You're just a blur right now on their camera screen. Who knows how long until they notice that?
I mean, I could try to disable it using my my heat to mess with the electromagnetic field or whatever.
Yeah, that's actually what I was.
Off too. Yeah.
No, I was actually thinking. Yeah, you can heat. I think you can fluctuate the heat to disrupt like an electromagnetic charge, and it won't necessarily look like somebody straight up tampered with it.
Yeah, I believe you can do something like that that'll screw up computers.
Since I can see, this is a stretch, I know, but I want to help. Since I can technically see on the EM scale, can I help guide him?
Let me read the power.
I mean,
give me 1 second. I gotta feed my dog real quick.
He can technically see it too, so I don't know how much I would really help, but I think heat can do -2.
Hi. So what are you trying to do?
I think with his heat ability, he can disrupt the electromagnetic area around the camera. So we could it would I think temporarily it would kind of fizz out.
Yeah, he can just cause the breakdown of molecular bonds. He can negate magnetism. Oh, these are all power stones. Negate a target's magnetism. Negate a target's electrical conductivity.
Maybe that one or the one before it.
Changed
like
local weather.
This is from the heat.
Yeah, you can negate a target's electrical conductivity, which would just power down the thing until your power stopped applying. Because no power would go through. Or, I mean, Gadgeteer, you could just go up there and cut the wires.
Yeah, but I didn't want it to be so obvious.
Well, if I do it like that, it'll just look like a temporary thing, right? It won't look like it's been like totally cut. It'll just look like a power surge type thing.
That's true. I mean, Gadgeteer, you could just cut them too and then rewire them after Pangaea gets in the vent.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that since I'll back him up and then.
I mean, if you want to, Pangaea, you can. I mean, it'll require a red roll on your power.
Oh, well, it'll probably be easier to do it the other way then.
I mean, if you want to try for the stunt.
I guess there really wouldn't be any ill effect on that.
Not unless you really screwed up.
Yeah. Let's try it.
Okay.
Training. It's not really screwing up.
Nah, that's green. Yeah, nothing happens.
Do you want me to make the climbing check?
Nah, you just walk up there, kind of pull on one of the limbs, do a one-handed pull up, cut a couple wires, the power goes down, camera goes and drops over. Pangaea runs over, he pulls off the top of the vent, it's not very well attached, and puts it off to the side, jumps down into the vent shaft, starts to negate the heat that's coming out, and then you go back up, and then he kind of shuffles the vent shaft back on. You go back up there, twist a couple wires, reconnecting everything, powers down for like 30 seconds maybe.
And I'll hop down and get an event as well and start scanning for sensors.
Alright, I need you both to make a strength check as you kind of shuffle your way James Bond style down this vent.
Both of us?
Yep. This is a good intensity check, so if you're good strength, no, this is a typical intensity strength. So if you're good strength, this is a yellow. If you're excellent, this is a green.
I'm a good, but I think I got an 87. So I got my yellow.
Okay, you guys make it down there, no problem, which is good because as you get closer, you realize that this is also a massive disposal unit. And there is a gigantic inferno below you.
Well.
And you cut off to the side to one of the other vents and make your way into the facility.
Alright.
I feel like I should take the lead so I can try to turn off cameras and sensors.
Definitely concur.
And he doesn't really make any sound, so... Or, no, I think it's just hard to track him. Nah, I don't remember. What is it? Oh, too far. Alright, so we're sneaking around, Jacob.
Alright. So as you sneak into the building, You are in the vents, and you look down, and there are people inside, and they are all wearing these long robes, gray robes with like red medallions pinned onto them. Some of them have more red lines around them than the others. And they have little capes on, like the what are those guys called? Anyways, they have like the Knights of Columbus sort of capes on, and they have TB on the back of them, within the same medallion shape.
The letters TB.
Mm-hmm.
Can I? Is it possible? Would I know what TB is?
Nope.
Okay.
The figures inside seem to give respect to the figures with more marks around their medallion. Yeah, what do you want to do?
I wasn't expecting to find a cult.
The halls are all like pretty high-tech devices. There's tons of security systems and cameras and laser weaponry, and everyone in there is carrying some sort of device that mechanical of nature that seems to have some sort of button on it that outputs some sort of charge from the end of the tube-like device. That's what you can identify Gadgeteer. Pangaea, you see a cult.
I haven't heard of a high-tech cult. I need to update my sources.
Yep. There's the network of vent shafts get a lot smaller from where you're at, so you could drop down into the hallway or figure out another way to progress forward. It is fairly wide to the left and the right, wide enough for you guys to get through uncomfortably like you are now. But that is the end of what you can do. Both sides lead out of the hallway and through like the roofing, the ceiling tiles, and into what looks to be some sort of rooms.
Can we get a sense of how many people are in this building?
You've seen a pretty steady stream of people. The hallway seems to be circular. But you're not sure. You would say, I don't know, more than 10.
And it's just basically the one floor. It's a ring.
Seems to be the case. Maybe.
Could I tell roughly how tall or deep?
You're not. You're sure it's not more. You're sure it's more than one floor because the incinerator thing was down below this floor.
Okay. What was that, Alex?
My geoforce kind of gave me an idea for how deep the cavern was where this structure is.
It was quite big. It was a deluxe-sized building.
Pretty big. think we need to find...
I think we should pick one of these rooms off to the side.
Yeah.
And drop in.
Yeah.
You want to split up, check, and then signal back to each other? Or just both pick a side?
Yeah, I think if you go alone, I think there's a good chance you'll be detected.
Oh, okay. Alright, good point.
Unless you want to keep training, and then possibly we have to fight our way out of here.
I was gonna say, right now might not be the best time to try that yet.
I think that's probably the correct decision. Let's stick together and maybe try to just find the owner of what is it? Open Logistics Industrial.
Yes. Sounds like the plan.
I don't really want to get involved with a potential
everything
cult.
else going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's try to make our way, Jacob, as stealthily as we can around.
Didn't I give him a name?
Owner.
I thought his name was Lucas something.
I'll take it. Lucas Owner.
His name is
How about
Luke.
Lucas Joyner. Lucas Joyner. Is that okay?
How about Lucas Holder?
Okay. And just before we take off, I can't scan the room, right? They're like too far away to get like the. Oh no, you said I have to touch them.
Yeah.
With that, so definitely not with that. Okay.
It's actually a medical scan, bio scan.
Yeah. Okay, and I don't. Other than, and they're all hooded, right? So we can't see their faces.
Yep.
Should he stay? Should you stay here?
I mean, I can. But there is only two of us.
Yeah.
I don't want to be extremely far away.
I was thinking the same thing.
Hey, so they got like a cloak like that.
Yeah, I think we should try to go room to room. I mean, the guys aren't doing anything in the little conference.
They got one of those
right?
little half capes
Excellent.
on their backs.
And like we can't. They're not like chanting, Satanish rise or something, and we can't hear them.
No. To Pangaea's ears, it is mumbo jumbo, but to by Gadgeteer's ears, they're talking about science, scientific advancements and ideas. Super advanced stuff.
Kind of advanced ideas, Jacob, would you say? Of mechanical variety?
Yeah.
Okay. So they kidnapped a chemist. They're having a science cult powwow?
Yes.
I'm so confused.
Well, that just seems to be the general subject of any conversation that you've overheard. They all seem to be obsessed with science.
Man, if they weren't a cult, maybe we could be friends.
And they're geniuses, is what you would call them all.
Hmm. Alright, I guess room to room.
Alright, you guys move to the left, come into that room. It is got a few people in it. They are working in a laboratory setting on some sort of chemicals and discussing something. And they say, when this is done, you'll have to put it into the vault and where it can be saved with the rest of the inventions. These are all things that the outside world do not deserve. Their corruption knows no boundaries. And he says, yes, journeyman.
Okay, keep. And none of them sound like the guy, right?
They're all cloaked, weird people. So
Any of the guys that spoke, did they sound like the Lucas?
No. So you can go back. You go into the other side of the room, and there are people in that room too. It is another like laboratory. You notice that each lab has bedrooms in there too, and this lab, they are working on some sort of robotic individual, and they speak to it, and they say, "Android, tell us your directives." And the android looks forward, blinks at them, and speaks, and says, "My directives are..."
Like a science CDC. Okay, keep going forward.
You can't. Those are the only two rooms you can get to in these vents.
Oh.
They get too narrow from here on out.
Okay. Well, I think if we drop down, we're going to be noticed, so we take our chances with a robot or chemicals.
Chemicals could kill us pretty randomly, and a robot could notify, like, basically instantly.
Yep, I'm going to have to pack more gas masks in the future.
I could get close enough to him. I could try to heat or basically fry him before we drop down.
Yeah, I was thinking if they are doing something dangerous with chemicals, you could probably try to evaporate it before it became a threat. But I don't know how finite your control is.
I do not either.
So
that is Pangaea's official answer too.
So I think it might be possible. I think we should take our chances with the robot.
I concur.
Jacob, linguistics does not allow me to talk to the computer, right? To the robot.
Well, you have the linguistics talent or linguistics
Power.
And through what means?
It's part of his processor brain.
What level is it?
Remarkable.
No, it does not allow you to communicate with computers.
Okay, I didn't think so. Alright, I still say we take our chances with it. So, hop down and say, I'm looking for Lucas Holder.
Alright,
Have you
as
seen
you
him?
hop down, the two scientists turn to hear the vent move, and they say, What's going on? And they turn, and the robot is stationary, and they say, Android, move forward, protect us. Make moves. And you guys land on the ground. What do you do?
I'm gonna heat up the door so they can't get out.
Okay.
Okay.
Or should I go for the android first?
No, man, I like that. Go for the door. I'll deal with the android.
Basically, Home Alone in this thing. Booby trapping the doorknob. 66 for.
No, it's fine.
Stational.
You turn to the doorknob, raise your hand. The whole thing heats up and the metal melts together.
All right. Well, we're all here.
We're not here for a fight.
And they say, Get them! They're outsiders! They've seen too much! The world does not deserve this knowledge! Android, destroy them! And the android rushes forward, and the two of them reach down and they pull those devices from their hands and hold them into two hands and flip a button, and electricity comes arcing out of it. And it's some sort of like electrical.
Lightsabers.
Yeah, it's like a lightsaber but made of electricity.
Too bad Daybreak's not here. We could show them a real lightsaber. I guess they want to fight, so. Now, yeah, okay.
I'm gonna try. Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess
No, go ahead. No, go
Because
ahead,
I've
man.
already heated up the door.
They're going first.
Oh, okay.
You guys locked the door and heated it up. And then talked to him. Told him to
Yeah,
surrender.
okay.
Alright,
Okay.
so. The android closes the ground on you. And swings at you. Empty-handed, but with a fist made of metal. As you do, you can hear the air rip apart, and the sound of a mighty force coming at you.
Is that towards me or
Gadgeteer,
Holy crap! Okay.
roll to dodge. It's a red.
Yeah, I figured.
Red by exactly.
Alright.
Okay. Boom! A massive punch to the chest for 50 points of damage.
God.
Oof.
Then the first scientist runs up and he swings at you diagonally, trying to cut you in half with his electric arcing bolts of electricity.
Hey, don't I need to roll for going flying across the room?
Nah, he's not trying to slam you.
Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I gotta. That's me again, yeah.
Yep. What's your fighting?
Excellent.
Alright, you dodge underneath the blows. He swings high. His hands, his skill lacking compared to what you're used to. But the second one rushes up and stabs into your chest. Electricity coursing through your body.
Jesus.
Wow, 2 for 2.
Okay.
Okay.
You take 40 points of damage as the electricity just fries you.
Okay.
Actually, no. No. You have to make I need you to make an endurance roll.
Okay.
Versus incredible. You drop to the ground, kind of seizing and like foam coming from your mouth as you are stunned for...
I ignore stun results, Jacob.
How?
My endurance.
That doesn't make sense. How?
It's why I have so much health and why I heal so fast.
Where do you ignore stun results from?
It's all his like organ efficiency, dual redundancy, like internal anatomy.
You can't ignore stun results. They're like a basic function of the game. I don't even... The Gadgeteer. Where is he?
Okay. So does that... I'm stunned for how many rounds then?
Ignore stuns and slams. Huh. Yeah, you can't get slammed either. Where did that power come from?
It's part of his him being modified. Yeah. Do I need to roll for how many rounds?
Everyone can be stunned and slammed, even robots. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense that I mean, you could resist stuns and slams differently, maybe, or something like that, but you could get a bonus to resisting stuns and slams, but you can't ignore the stun and slam result.
And I also rolled a 12, so
yeah.
Even on
so
if
I would put... I mean, you could put him as having higher resistance to stuns and slams. I mean, he's got incredible endurance for a normal human, though. So.
Okay. Do you just want to say amazing then? Just the +1.
That'd be +2, but that's fine.
Okay.
And then he has extra hit points from bonuses, quirks, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the extra. It's all built into that. Because he's supposed to be like really, really tanky, even though he isn't.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, 190 hit points is fine. I mean, it's not big. It's high, but not that high.
Yeah.
6 rounds. Now, on stun results, you make that roll every round. You can make a roll every round after the first.
Okay.
So, next round you're out on the stun, but a round after that, you're not.
So I don't get to go, right?
Yeah, you don't get to go.
And then I get to do a stun check next time.
Yes.
Okay.
At the beginning of the round. So you could go if you succeed.
Okay.
Alright. Pangaea, you're up.
Alright, well, I guess I'm going to try to... is there anything... There's probably not anything. That being like a lab room, there's probably nothing I can use my geoforce on.
No, not really. Yeah.
Alright, heat powers it is. I'm going to try to basically overheat the... do I do the robot or the lightsabers?
Lightsabers.
Okay. I'm going to basically try to like overheat and nullify the lightsabers.
I sent you a message, Daniel, about what we did. What I said.
Okay.
Okay. You want to target their weapons?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to put that at -2 CS. Roll. Do you want multiple attacks? What's your agility?
Oh, yeah.
Or fighting?
My fighting or they're both incredible.
Okay. So off of incredible.
Incredible.
So 47 doesn't get you 2 attacks.
Okay. Alright. Well, that's... Dang. Targeting their weapons is a -2.
Yep. So you'd be remarkable.
Let's try it. $41. Alright.
41 on remarkable is green by 1. All right, they try to dodge to the right, but one of them drops the thing as it explodes into fire, and the other one leaps to the side and holds onto his lightsaber as he's like and he shakes his hand for a second, switching it to the other hand. His electro stun baton.
I think of them like, you remember like the Jedi, like the temple guards had like they weren't like regular lightsabers, they were like I don't know, that's what I always think about them. They had like the electrical looking ends to them. Guess that's all I can do, right?
These guys? Yep.
For me. Okay.
Oh wait, where'd it go? Those guys?
Yes.
I was thinking more
I
like...
swear I saw them somewhere, like, with, like, they had different, like, they didn't look like lightsabers. They looked just like that, but it was more like the electrical static instead of, like, lightsaber looking.
Are you talking about the, I think you're talking about General Grievous's bodyguards.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Not the Nine Temples, yeah.
They have like stun staffs and batons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys.
Those guys are straight up. Those guys actually are straight up Jedi
Yeah.
or Force users.
Yeah,
Yes,
these guys.
those were the batons I was thinking of.
Yeah, let's go with that. That's what they look like. Except for they are like collapsible, and then so they go boom, 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 out, and they're not a two-handed; they're one-handed. So they only have cut in half it. All right. So the robot charges you, Pangaea, as it has its prerogative to destroy. Oh shoot! I forgot that it critical you. Oh well, it's fine. Last round. All right. Pangaea, he crosses the ground, and he grabs hold of you, and he's like, "Rah!" And he goes, "Destroy!" And he just picks you up. He doesn't scream or anything. He's just a robot. So.
So.
Yeah, it was extra 10 damage.
I think I forgot to take 10 off anyway.
So it works out.
Yeah.
Roll a dodge, and then roll another dodge.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Okay, wow. I was looking at that for a second. I was like, man, did you just write roll one? Do you want D100? Roll 100? No. Yeah. So then, second attack. All right. He swings at you, and you step out of the way as he misses again. As that guy swings his stun baton at electro stun baton and misses. The robot, however, swings in. At the same moment, you try to raise up your hand to block it, and you sort of do, but the effect is earth-shaking, and you take 50 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh, and did I need to roll a stun check?
It's not your turn yet. It is your turn now,
okay.
So.
I thought it was at the beginning of the round. Sorry.
Oh, you can make it now. At the beginning of your turn. Go for it.
Oh, okay.
So if they had attacked you, they could have just beat on you, but they're not concerned about you.
Oh, okay. So all three of them went after Pangaea?
Yeah, it went those ones, then you, then Pangaea, and then it was new round. All three of them went after Pangaea because you're stunned.
Okay.
Oh no, that last guy, the third scientist, runs over to the drawer and reaches inside and pulls out a laser pistol.
All right. So green.
Green on your amazing versus stun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are still stunned by 1.
And I can't spend karma, right?
You can. You can spend karma on any intensity check. This is an intensity check.
Okay, I'm totally doing it.
Okay.
It's only 10, right?
Yep.
Okay, because no being stunned for another round.
Yeah, it would have been 5 more rounds. So.
Yeah. Can I actually act?
Yep, you're up.
Okay. I want to hit the guy that's attacking Pangaea with the stun baton.
Okay.
With a stun disc, a restraint stun disc.
Okay.
Oh, and I could actually do 2 attacks, right? Since my agility is incredible.
Yeah, you can roll for 2 attacks.
Oh, because then I can shoot the other guy. I don't think that's a yellow. Nope.
Okay.
Alright, still shooting the stun baton guy. It's a green.
Green. So it strikes him in the back, and he's like, whoa, and what happens?
It since it's a disc, it can do, I think it's remarkable, where are they? Incredible, entangle, and then restrain, and then remarkable, like electric stun, like a shock.
Stun effect, or is it a electrical knockout effect?
I think probably electrical knockout.
Okay, so it hurts. Alright, so he hits the ground, he gets electrocuted, he passes out, and then he's wrapped up, too.
Okay. That's all I can do.
Yeah,
I think.
Pangaea, you're up.
Alright. I'm going to try to heat up the head of this robot. No. Yeah. Actually, I want to turn on my heat aura.
Oh, yeah.
That gives me more damage resistance. I do believe. And
I have an idea about the robot.
Okay. Do I need to do anything for my turn it on my heat aura, or is it just like a automatic?
Nope, it just turns on whenever you want it on.
Okay, this is for 2 attacks.
But remember, it deals that to anybody close to you.
Okay. I just have to remember to turn it off before I go try to do anything else. Okay, so 1 attack, so I'm going to get rid of the other lightsaber baton, maybe.
It is destroyed, and the other one's laying on the ground next to the guy who's unconscious.
Okay. Oh, I didn't realize. I missed the part where they went unconscious.
I still think you should hit the cult guy, though.
Okay, so I'm going for the laser pistol, right? He still has that?
Yeah, you just want to blast him with heat, or...
Yeah.
That's a good idea, too. Yeah.
34... Heat is sensational.
Oh yes,
So
and
it's
marksman.
a green.
And you have marksman.
Oh yeah, marksman. Well, yeah. I think that's only for weapons. I
Nope.
haven't tried that before.
It works with any any ranged attack.
Oh, okay. So what does that give me? I can't remember what it adds.
Yep, +1 to hit. What's your agility?
Agility is incredible.
So it's uncanny you shoot on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So it's still just a. It's still a green.
Was that for 1 attack or no? 8 was for 2 attacks.
Yeah. Well, 8 was for 2, and then that 34 was for.
You got a white. He turns around and he raises the laser pistol at you, and then it explodes in his hands, and he goes boom, and he strikes against the wall. And he passes out.
Sweet.
Nice.
Okay, the robot has had its last command. It looks back to see them both down, and it says, "My creators have been injured." And it's like, should I follow their last command? It asks itself. It says, I believe so.
Like an existential crisis.
Vengeance
And
will be mine. And he turns back to Pangaea.
okay, and he can attack because I think he got to go before us, but
Yep.
I want to power stunt my linguistics to use the exact same voice modulation as that guy to give the robot a command, and then we'll have a robot friend.
Okay,
But he goes first.
he crosses the ground, grabs you, absorbs your heat energy field, and you take Oh, actually, I should do it this way. Okay, make a strength roll, Actually, no. Pangaea, you're just instantly grappled because he's so much stronger than you now that he made contact. And he absorbs the heat energy from you, dealing 40 points of damage as you feel your body grow cold.
I also have cold resistance.
Yes, but he is literally absorbing your power, your energy.
So he didn't take any damage from it?
Nope.
Bastard. Alright.
So does Pangaea look like he's turning blue? Because
He's
That might be
purple
pretty.
normal, so yeah, he's turning bluer.
oh no,
Alright,
and I think it's Alex's turn, right?
Straight up stealing it, or he basically just turned off and like stole my aura?
you're still able to control the power and generate it normal. He's just absorbing your energy.
Oh.
He's not like power stealing or something. He's just siphoning out you're getting tired.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll cut it off.
Okay,
You said it does what damage though?
40, no armor applied.
No armor applied?
Yep,
So it's just straight 40.
yep,
But my skin armor would still,
no.
or no? Okay, gotcha.
He stole it from your very essence of being.
What a son of a bitch.
You know what's funny? The two scientists on the other side were working on like a common cold cure.
Awesome.
I'm afraid to like heat ray him if he can just absorb it. I feel like I'm gonna make him more powerful. If I try it one time, I'm gonna try to like.
You might be able to overload him.
Yeah. Is it my turn
Yeah?
or no? Okay, this is for 2 attacks.
You're grappled by him, so this is an automatic hit. Since you can just generate heat from your body.
Yeah. Okay. But
So you shoot him with everything you got. He absorbs the energy from you, and then he draws more from your body. You take 30 more points of damage.
I gotta slow down. I'm not doing so hot.
I criticaled his stealing energy. So, and then at this point in time, there's like flames erupting from his face, and he's like, his faceplate is like lifted up now, like one of those manhunters, and there's just this just constant like eruption of pure energy, like causing the molecules in the air to like explode in strange ways. It feels very dangerous.
So I only got one attack because I'm grappled, or because that 34 was for my 2 attacks.
Okay, so yeah, you only got one attack. I mean, it was an automatic hit. That's why I rolled for his dodge.
Okay.
I didn't even roll for his dodge. I rolled for his absorption ability, and he succeeded. So.
Okay, I got you. All right, that is all.
Okay, Gadgeteer, you're up.
Yeah, I want to try to mimic. I guess I'll roll. Can I roll for 2 attacks if I'm gonna do the power stunt?
2 actions, sure.
I mean, I guess I'm gonna try to go ranged with him, but okay, yeah, 2 attacks. I don't think that. No, because it's yellow. It needs to be yellow, right?
Yeah, it needs to be yellow. Nope.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to power stunt and then mimic their voices.
Okay, so mimicking another person's voice would be a sound manipulation stunt, not linguistics. I think linguistics makes sense for being able to do it, but I'm going to put it at -2 CS. So you're going to be rolling on good.
No, I'll spend karma for this. Yep. I think 20.
You're going to get a what with that? A yellow?
It's on good, right? Oh no, I'm gonna have to spend 30.
You want a red?
Because it's a power stunt, right?
It's not really a power stun. This is just changing your voice. I think it's part of it.
Oh, okay.
Green. I'll tell you this. A green will work.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I thought it had to be like an actual stunt. So no, never mind. Yeah. Yellow is fine. That's why I was going for red.
Well, you got a green. I think on good.
Oh. Then sorry. Yeah. 10 points to make it yellow.
Like I said, a green will work for changing your voice. Yellow will be like perfect. Green will be like very, very similar.
I was planning on using karma to get the power stunt anyway.
Alright, so 10, and you got a yellow. It's perfectly duplicated, and the robot, confused, turns away for a second and looks at you and says, "Master, are you conscious?"
Yes, please stand down and await further instructions.
And it looks at you, cocks its head, and says, "You have duplicated the voice of the master, the creator, but you are not him. He is laying next to your foot, foaming at the mouth and restrained. I will continue to crush your companion."
What if I attended to your master?
My last command from my creator was to destroy you two. Intruders. The prerogative of protecting the Techno Brotherhood sanctuary and following the last command overcomes all other concerns.
That makes me sad.
Okay, that was just talking, so you can still do something.
Yeah. Oh, can I want to shoot him with one of my discs.
Okay, you throw the disc at him. You have a +2 CS to hit. Yeah, you missed.
Good Lord.
It just goes and he flies past. Yep, it just flies past. That's a yellow.
Almost.
He then goes, he then turns to the two of you, and then his faceplate is open, and the crazy explosions of energy that are erupting from his face. He explodes it forward, and it incinerates everything inside the room with heat energy of. Let's see, you blasted him at full speed, 40, and then. Unearthly damage.
What happens to my suit?
Roll to dodge, everybody. Well, except Pangaea, you cannot dodge. You are automatically hit.
I think that's just a green.
Alright, you take 50 points of damage as you jump behind one of the desks and flip the steel desk up. It protects you from most of the onslaught, but the titanium steel alloy table in front of you melts into a pile of slag.
Oh my god. It's 50?
Yes, for 50. Pangaea, you take 100 minus your heat resistance. I think that's your best, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Minus, and it's equal to the number, right? Like sensational 60, so it would be like taking away 60.
Yep, you minus 60, so you take 40.
Well, let's see. I am reduced to a pile of rocks.
You pass out.
I am at minus 10.
Okay, as your body's burnt, you're like, he lets go of you and you crumple to the floor. And he says, 1 intruder defeated. Now for the second one.
Wait, he's still alive? Oh, shit.
Gadgeteer.
And jump back up into the vent and close it. and go play with the common cold. Or did he have a noticeable control panel where I can hop on his back and
well, he was when you did walk in, he was hooked up to all these wires over there, so in the back. So that is still open. He wasn't really a finished android.
I'm guessing he can't do that energy blast again.
He absorbed Pangaea blasted him full blast with 60 heat, and he absorbed his aura, which does 40 heat. So that's where that damage came from.
Yeah.
So as long as you're not energy blasting him, he won't be able to do that again.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna try to hack him. I'm gonna try to do the.
Okay, you rush over there and try to get around behind him, but the android tries to keep you in front of him. What do you want to do?
Yeah, can I try to maybe mess with his visual display so I can get behind him?
Yeah, you know what? You can use your technological invisibility as a stunt. Or as a power. Roll it.
Yeah, I totally forgot that. That's how he would be sensing me.
Well, I rolled a 9 on his intuition, so as you get a green, he loses track of you as you activate the mask, and you walk around behind him and roll a reason roll. The mechanics in this are complicated, but you quickly figure it out, and after about 5 seconds, you cut the right wire, and the thing goes, and power's down.
I pat him on the back. You were a good murder bot. I feel like we don't have time for me to. Is it possible for me to rewire him so that we can have our very own killbot?
To rewire him in the way that would make him your companion, it would take you probably an hour and a half.
Yeah, we don't have time for that.
To send him into a murder frenzy, you could probably do that in about 5 minutes, maybe.
As much fun as that would be, I feel like that's not very nice. I want to apply first aid to Pangaea. Try to get him back on his feet.
Okay, and in a way that first aid, you apply first aid to him. He's okay. There is some first aid kits on the wall, and as you open them, one of them has like a high-tech injection of some sort. That is like labeled Reviver. Do you want to risk it?
No, but that actually, I'm gonna take it because it's actually when he was catapulting us and he was getting real winded. I was like, oh, what a great idea! It would be like a gel stim pack that's like squirting a gel pack in you.
Then Pangaea is still unconscious and laying there, and he will be for at least another hour.
All right, I'm gonna do a bioscan on it and try to get as much information on it as I can, and then I guess I'm gonna use my medical knowledge and I'm gonna Pulp Fiction it.
Do you have medicine?
Of course I do.
Okay, good. Okay, roll it.
Oh my!
You're like, this is magic. What is this place? You have no idea how the thing works. You do find that it has rollout instructions on how to inject somebody, and that it is a healing stimulant to aid the body's natural functions.
Can I just spend the karma to make it a success?
No, I don't think so. You have no idea how it works.
Oh my god. It's a new piece of technology. Super smart with new technology.
Well,
not in this moment. I'm freaking out.
You're like, your bioscanner got melted by that flame blast. I mean, it's on the fritz. The device is on the fritz. You got hit by enough heat to be the equivalent of the interior of a volcano. I mean, what did you expect? I
guess I'm following their instructions and still Pulp Fictioning him.
Okay. Boom, and then like Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction, you spring back up with your endurance points and healing.
So remember how I said if we get out of here, we're heading straight to the Isle of Man? Now we are heading straight to the Isle of Man after we get out of here.
So I'm back up with my...
Yep, and you hear, hey, what's going on? Why is the edges of all this door melted together? What's going on in there?
I'm thinking bail. That hurt.
if you give up on rescuing this person, it's going to be some serious karma loss.
Yep.
I just want you to know that.
I say melt the door, and I'll shoot whoever is. I'll shoot them with a restraint. I actually go pick up the one that I missed.
Oh, okay, yeah. You want to grab the electro stun baton too? The non-broken one?
And the laser pistol.
Yeah, the laser pistol is a standard issue laser pistol. It does 20 damage.
Hey, weapons tinkering can play with that.
The electro stun baton is an uncanny level stun effect. Or it can be done incredible points of electrical damage.
I say you pick up the other one.
It's broken. He melted it.
Oh.
Yeah, that one's gone. Is there anything else in this fancy little drawer over there? Isn't one of the lightsabers still there?
One is there. Gadgeteer picked it up.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you said he picked up a gun.
He picked up the gun too. Yeah.
I did. Yeah. If you want the stun baton, I mean, I think you're the better fighter between the two of us.
He says, "I'm going to call security. Hold on." As you guys are looking to search through the room for weaponry.
Quickly, melt the door. Let's.
Oh, and you can tell the camera in here has been disintegrated by the heat blast from earlier. Just so you know. So melt the door.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's do it.
Did I send you guys the superhero soundtrack link?
Yep, it's going.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Alright, boom, the door melts down, falls down as a pile of molten metal. The guy looks back and he's like, what? And then you just throw it. He's shocked and you just hit him with the stun disc. He's electrified, drops to the ground.
Alright, keep moving. Let's go.
The whole place is going to know you're here very soon.
Yep.
And you guys start running down the hallway. As you do, not far down the hallway, you hear, no, stop, let go, stop, don't, I'll tell you whatever you want. I promised already.
It's his voice.
And then, yeah, it's his voice, it's Lucas's voice. And then you hear, Mr. Lucas, we're not interested in you telling us. We're going to extract this knowledge. Some set of knowledge that is just too dangerous to be allowed in the outside world.
Get your stinking paws off of my industrial chemical supplier.
As you say that and throw the door open, you hear as the red lights flash and the whole facility is alerted. They say, Lab 8 was assaulted by 2 superhumans. Lab 8 was assaulted.
Hit him hard and fast.
A scientist turns around and he is in the room with one of those guys in the suits of armor. And he says, it seems you have your protectors, Mr. Lucas, but I am a master here, and as such I can command anyone in this facility, and our technological prowess is greater than anyone in the outside worlds. You're doomed. Your brain will be ours. Alright, the guy in the armor steps up as the man who called himself a master hooks up a device to Lucas Holder's brain and head and pushes him down the machine.
I'm gonna shoot that guy.
You're just gonna shoot him with your laser pistol?
No, the guy that's about to blow Lucas's brains out?
No, he's hooking him up some sort of brain.
Removing information from his brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna tase that guy.
Okay. The man in the armor is blocking your way.
Science belongs to everyone. Two attacks, Jacob.
And then the man in the armor says, "You're wrong. Science belongs to the Techno Brotherhood." All right, make your.
It is a cult.
or Jacob, I guess can I do an like I want to like tumble by him and shoot.
You're gonna have to take him down. You're gonna have to take him down to get to him. You could. I mean, you could probably like make some difficult rolls. But it looks like the machine needs a little while to power up. You could have 4 rounds.
Okay. Please step aside, and then tase him.
All right, go for it.
No, that's a miss.
All right.
Pangaea.
Did you get 2 attacks? No.
Oh no, I guess that was the.
Okay, roll it. All right, so you hit him with the device. It restrains him, and he goes, "Ugh," and he struggles against it. The tendrils. Oh wait, no, he has to dodge, doesn't he? Okay, he's hit by the device. He struggles against it, trying to break the restraints. And you see them fray and then shatter underneath his strength. He is electrocuted for 30.
Okay.
Which doesn't seem to affect his armor.
Okay.
Okay, Pangaea, you're up.
Alright, so that robot's taken care of?
Nope, he busted through the restraining device. It's not a robot, too. It's a suit of armor wearing guy.
Oh, okay. Ooh. I don't want to totally melt him.
You could try to melt his feet.
I could just heat up the suit enough to, like, make it malfunction.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm rolling for 2 attacks first.
The suit seems to have some sort of resistance to energy, as the electrical damage didn't seem to phase him.
I wonder if it would do the same to heat, I would imagine.
Would it though?
Well,
I mean, I guess it could have heat protection built in.
Yeah.
Most energy protection does.
Oh, okay.
So no 2 attacks.
No, shoot.
Hey, there is one other thing you could do with your earth powers, too. I mean, you can always make a volcano erupt.
Oh yeah, I can mess with, like, I can control Earth, like, up to a mile away. I could just totally, like, make everything drop, like, 10 feet and, like, shake everything up.
That's true, you could do that, too.
Could you also lift us up out of the ground?
I could.
It would take a couple rounds.
Yeah, I feel like hit the armor guy.
What we should have been doing.
Well, I mean, you could have a volcano erupt into this facility and then explode inside.
That totally defeats us saving.
Yeah. How many nerdy techno brotherhood are gonna die?
All of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're gonna get rid of the cult, but also your chemical supplier.
It might also... it wouldn't be as bad as making it on the surface for the town, though.
Yeah, also that.
I just want you to know it's an option.
You could also heat up the machine, especially the control panel.
That they're trying to.
Yep. You could melt
the
the
train or.
Yeah, where the guy is working and you could basically melt that.
Let's do that. All right. Yeah. I typed it in wrong. There we go.
All right, you, ignoring your opponent, you turn and shoot a blast heat ray at the control panels, which start to overheat. There's a small, like, he's, no, what have you done? No, curse you.
Oh my god.
This is connected to the entire base's nuclear power supply.
Mother of God.
We have all of the brains of all of the greatest minds of the techno brotherhood stored within the energy devices below.
Please stop it.
And he runs over and he's like starting to flip switches. And the guy says, no, curse you, you've set us back years. I'll kill you for this. Hurry, master, stop the device. And he turns and he rolls for 2 attacks.
Alright, I'm stunning that guy when I get a chance.
Which guy?
The guy that was at the control panel.
What?
He just said...
The one who's trying to stop the meltdown of the power plant?
No, because that's what I said. I said, how do we stop it? And he's like, no, screw you.
Yeah, he did.
Is that the armor guy?
The armor guy was like, stop the meltdown, I'll kill these intruders. Alright, so he gets 2 attacks. He rolls an 86 on the first one as a giant laser gun mounted to his back appears and like unfolds, and then it powers up enormously. He says, yeah, your damage this place's facility will have to be abandoned, so it matters not what damage I do now. And he fires 1 blast at each of you. And as you see the energy blast show up, you're blind. You need to roll intuition because your mask shows an enormous power spike that blinds you for a second. Gadgeteer.
I'm just gonna roll 2.
It's comparable to when the android blast did you earlier, but that was like a slow increase to that, and this is like boom, sudden.
Okay, do you just want me to roll 2 100s then?
Yep, Pangaea, roll 1 too. Alright, you are not blinded. However, you do not move as you're caught by surprise. Pangaea, you just put your hands up in front of you to try to block the blow. You're blasted for 90 points, Pangaea.
I'm dead again.
Wait, did you put up your heat or?
Yeah, I did have it up, but still, that's
90 minus 40.
Oh, no, okay, so I have 10 left.
There you go. Yeah, because you have body armor's lower rank too.
Oh yeah. Would that take care of that, or is it just the highest one?
So you get both of them. So you get 40
Okay, so
from the heat
100.
aura, and then you would
No,
get
it's 60 from the heat aura.
and 35.
Or no.
No, it's 40. And then 35 from the armor skin. So you would get 75. You take 15.
Okay. That ain't so bad.
Gadgeteer, you took only 90. Minus your armor.
Only. Alright, yeah. Do I need to roll a material check with my armor?
Yes. What is your armor material strength?
Amazing.
Your armor is mostly destroyed. It's destroyed automatically, actually.
Okay.
No, wait, no, it could survive. No, wait, no, it can't. Never mind. It's destroyed.
Okay. Well, I was planning on building a new suit anyway. One that has energy protection. Because I don't want to get my face melted off hanging out with Pangaea. And I don't want to get stunned.
So you're blasted. Are you alive still?
Yes, barely.
Okay. So as you are blasted, you both are blasted across the hallway. You smash into another room. One of the scientists goes, "Ah, intruders!" And then they're blasted by debris and they fall unconscious. Alright. You guys are up. I'm going to make a roll for the bad guy boss. You make a... What do you guys want to do? And then you hear the voice of the person who is the master, and he says, "Everyone, evacuate to our other bases, quickly! This place, the fusion generator is going to explode." Click.
Oh, great.
So, you want to lock science away from all people, and you don't care about nuking an entire town. Cool.
Everyone flees into the hallways, and they're running away.
I want to use, if I can, I want to kit bash the remaining 7 discs that I have currently on me.
Yeah.
And basically make like some sort of like super discharge that'll use his own suit's energy against him.
You don't really have the time to kit bash something like that together in the middle of the fight.
Even with the discs already, it's basically like a reverse of the.
Do the discs?
I don't know, the polarity.
Do the discs have any sort of function like that normally?
I mean, that's the electro stun discs.
Yeah, no. You couldn't do that in the fight. You need some sort of reflection ability then.
Okay.
Also, your discs survived because of equipment necessity, but...
Could I hit him with all 7 at once?
You just want to throw them all? I think so. Yeah.
And then I know we don't. It doesn't normally stack, but I have to assume that like 7 incredible strengths entangling him, and then 7 remarkable stuns has gotta hit him at least a little bit.
Yeah, I would say throw all of them. Yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
How many of you? You've thrown 3 then?
Yeah. So I have 10 loaded into the wrist shooter.
All right, yes, throw them all. I would say that would probably give it a +2 CS. +2 CS.
Okay. I'll use karma if I need it for this.
Yeah, I would say every 3 discs gives you a +1 CS.
Okay. Oh my god, come on. I'm not gonna say 2 attacks because I figure putting it all together and then shooting.
There's no way you would get 2 attacks with this.
Yeah. So spend the karma to make it.
I guess green.
Only a green.
That's as high as you can take it with an opposed roll.
Yeah.
He only got a green though too. So your green result makes it a contact with it, and he deflects some of them, like smashing through them, but a bunch of them hook onto him, and he's held in. And we're gonna raise the rank by 1, which are normally incredible, but now they're They're uncanny. So he's going to roll to try to break free. He does not break free. He's restrained. He's like, ugh. He screams. He's like, I'll get you. Yeah. You could stay here and die with this place. This place, our home that you've destroyed.
The reactor.
Pangaea, what do you want to do?
They're all.
Gadgeteer, your mask is badly damaged. Make a reason roll on your electronics engineering repair tinkering to see if you can get the energy source to work. That's what you need right now.
Okay, I doubt. Good lord, I think even with as high as I have it, yeah. Can I burn the karma?
Yeah, how much karma do you have?
Like at the moment to use 60.
Do you want to spend it?
Well, I need to get it to a green, right?
No. To get this to function in the shape it's in, even with your abilities, I'm setting it at a spectacular intensity roll. So what are all of your reason bonuses?
1, 2, 4, 5. It's 5,
So
I think.
you still need a yellow.
Okay. Yeah, good
So-
lord. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So
5.
we'll just say that you're like, no, the machine, it's not working. I can't get it to work. And you look at Pangaea. What do you want to do, Pangaea? The guy's over there. He's trying to struggle to break free. Everybody's fleeing from the base. They seem to be running around the circle.
Was that a check to try to disable it?
No, get your device to pick up where the
Oh.
plant is
Okay.
from energy
Gotcha.
detection. But Lucas is
so-
still strapped into the machine. They just left him there, and he's trying to get
Yeah.
free, but he can't.
Break him out.
Pangaea?
Jacob, how dare you? It's the time where nobody has geology, and geology would actually come in handy.
Pangaea, what are you doing?
I think I can either we don't know that the energy source is in this facility
You don't know where it is.
yet. I was gonna say I could just basically drop this thing a mile further into the ground.
That's what I was thinking too, is basically collapse the earth and ironically somehow create like a lava flow to keep compiling just like layers on top of layers.
That could work.
And then you
What I
can
was thinking is basically just make a shaft straight down below this thing and just let it drop as far as it'll drop once we get on top of it, and I could make a floor for us to go up and
Sure.
What you need to get out is this metal dome first.
yeah.
Yep.
Also, Lucas Holder is still in the restraints.
Contraption.
Yes.
Let's try to get him out.
Okay, you run over, grab hold of the restraints, melt them, breaking him free. You pull him out. The guy on the ground is struggling, but then he just starts to jet down the hall, He still can't break free, and he jets down the hall away from you guys. Flying, with his arms tied up.
We also need to save those two scientists in the robot room. So yeah, if you can cut this floor off.
I don't know if I can do that.
He can't.
I don't know what I would need to use, like...
Gadgeteer, what do you want to do?
I think we need to get out of here. I guess gotta try to save those guys, and I think...
Okay, Gadgeteer, you run over, save those, grab those guys, you're carrying them. You don't have any equipment really functioning at this point.
Yeah.
Pangaea, you guys are standing there near where the incinerator exit was. That is the end of your 4 rounds now until the place blows. And you're both going to climb up out of here while carrying those people, I guess?
Yeah. And I
guess that's what we're going to have to do.
Is it possible that once we start getting into the actual ventilation, he could cut it off with geoforce and shoot us up out?
Yeah, I think you could do that. So you just kind of get in there, have the tube cut off, and then push yourself up and out.
Yeah.
And now that you're on the surface, what are you going to do?
I'll contact the as many authorities for local areas I can, and Pangaea, I think, send it down and cover it.
I don't think I can cover it, but what I can do is continue to drop it further below the surface, drop it, basically make a shaft under it.
Alright, make a power roll. This is round 4. This is round 3, so you've got 4 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds to go.
Yeah.
Okay, the ground starts to sink underneath of you. A massive lurch as suddenly a huge, as you can feel the metallic object fall and rock replace it. It drops 1,000, 100, 200, 300 feet.
I could probably need to keep going.
And I'm gonna try to carry these guys away, or drag them away.
Put out an alert for people to run for your fucking lives.
Yeah, no, I tried to contact an emergency service.
Alright, here's attempt 2 to make it deeper. No, maybe another 5 feet.
Nuclear devices, when they were tested, were usually dropped between 650 to 2,600 feet underground. And they still caused...
what, about 300 feet now?
Massive damage to the surface. So you
how
guys
deep
were probably
initially?
about 300 feet at the beginning, so you're now probably 700.
Okay. Well, that was roll 2.
And roll 2 got you 10 feet.
Yeah.
And I think you should solidify or try to melt the ground above it.
Oh, I could do that. Try to fill the ground above it.
Okay, do you want to drop it more? You've got 2 more actions. 2 more rounds.
I think drop it more and then try to cover
drop it and then fill it. Okay.
2 attacks for this, Jake, or
no?
Okay.
No, just God.
Another small drop. It's probably 800 feet underground now.
Okay.
Cover it.
Yeah, my final attempt is to cover it with as much of everything as I can.
So you're going to cover it with, like, what, lava?
No, I was thinking, like, Earth.
Yeah, can't
be
he?
a giant
Can't he
volcano
melt?
then?
Can't he with his heat?
It would be a nuclear volcano.
Yeah, with his heat, can't he? Yeah, no nuclear volcano, please. Can't he basically melt the Earth and turn it into metal?
No.
I was just gonna fill it with Earth, like material, to put
He
on
could.
top of it.
He could power stun it and make a big chunk of metallic objects, sort of. He would just be making a lot of shrapnel, and it wouldn't be that deep.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just gonna say I would like to try to fill it with as much just regular Earth material as I can. Like,
Okay, make another roll.
Oh yes.
All right, so you push it
like
down.
72% full.
You push it down more, and then slam as much dirt into the inside of that facility as you can, and just like cram it full. And then suddenly you guys go as the dirt flies up out of the ground. You're both thrown about 10 feet into the air, and you see the ground wave as if there was a massive earthquake. As you come plummeting back to the earth, you hit the ground, both of you. Daniel, you take 5 points of damage. And you look around as much of the city of Donegal seems to be leveled. From what was a minor earthquake. And after one massive shake of the earth, it settles back down. But the river is like pouring over the edges. The castle is falling down. The church has fallen down. Much of the buildings in town have fallen down. You're in a crater, but not like a crater, but like just kind of a dip where like the earth just suddenly settled like 5 feet.
Yeah.
My God.
Well, could have been worse. Could have been a nuclear volcano.
And as you look around and look at the mass devastation, you spring into action to save people, and we will hand out some karma and end it there.
Okay.
And make sure these guys get tried as terrorists.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to try. I know you said I don't really have any working equipment. I wanted to see if I could, just on a lucky roll, like get enough of a scan so that I have at least one of the Techno Brotherhood information.
I will say this, like, the property destruction on this was pretty massive. You have nothing. You have basically no functioning equipment left. So no.
Yep.
The property destruction so massive that the summary version of this is you're barely going to break even on this. But I will